We have the flyer here and we have the booklet here. So please stop by and take a look and see if your department program or your county program would benefit from this marketing. Secondly, the National Firefighter Registry is open. It's imperative that the federal government receive the information from our membership regarding your service as a firefighter. It does indicate the understanding and reducing the risk of cancer in the fire service, so please take the time to fill out that information if you have ever been in a firefighting role within the state of Maryland. So an update on the SAFER grant quickly. After hearing some comments at our leadership summit in July, we are working with our web host to place our main website under construction. The final product will be more user-friendly. It will be streamlined and updated resources across all the committees and programs. We are going to utilize the executive committee structure for the committees. So this way every branch will be represented and you'll be able to find each committee under those represented branches. It's a little bit hard to scroll through a lot of the committees on the website. Some of the pages are not uniform, so they're going to take a look at all of that and make it into an easier, viewable platform for people to find information on our committees. It's important that we do that for not only just for the committees to be more successful in what they're doing, but in order to promote membership within those committees. The Maryland Volunteer website will also see some upgrades and refreshed videos and marketing to focus on current tangible resources, including Spanish-speaking materials that will be for our member departments as well as potential volunteers. In the next few weeks, a robust strategic marketing scholarship program will be rolled out to 50 member departments on a first-come, first-served basis. It's going to be round one. We're going to have specific funding allocated through SAFER for marketing materials customized to your departments. Interested applicants and potential, I hear it behind me, it's a little distracting.
We could hold it down a little bit, please. Thank you.
Specific funding will be allotted for marketing materials customized to all the departments. There'll be an application that will be filled out indicating what departments are interested. There'll be a shopping list of things that your department may need, so you can curtail that to what your actual department is looking for. A program manager, Heather Gorski, will take the lead on that project. So once the platform is updated and created, we'll send out that application for all member departments. Lastly, for SAFER, the CTE Queen Anne's County pilot program that we also talked about with the marketing pilot program, that also has a mileage reimbursement tied into it. So if your cadet program or your high school members are traveling to a local MIFRE or even a department class, they can get reimbursed through this program for their mileage. So please keep that in mind. Even if you don't need the marketing, the mileage is a big help for your students. And we're still looking for mentorship program rollout, training departments or organizations to hold the training for the mentorship program. We'd like to see it rolled out in each region. Everybody's been issued a copy of the mentorship program, but we'd like to see some training so everybody knows kind of how to utilize the workbook and the implementation roadmap to create a mentorship program in your area. Lastly, California Casualty had sent out an update. I spoke to Roxanne Dean last month. California Casualty will be exiting the Maryland market. If you have a policy through California Casualty, you should have heard from them directly regarding your policy. They do not intend to exit Maryland until the first quarter of 2024, but there is now a moratorium on new policies. So unfortunately, we will not be partnering with them as far as convention goes and some of the other aspects of our partnership. But we are thankful for everything that they were able to provide us and our membership over the last, I believe she said it was about 22 years. So it's been a while. So some information in my report that's been submitted has a phone number in case you have any other questions regarding California Casualty. And lastly, you'll see on my desk over here is a MSFA toolbox. It was a great addition to our recruitment room at convention. We had a lot of people come in, and it was a nice conversation starter about all the things that MSFA is doing across the state for our member departments. So while you're out, on breaks today or after the meeting is over today and tomorrow, please come by and take a look. We have a lot of great information. If your committee would like to add something to the toolbox to help educate our member departments about what your committee is working on and what it does, please let me know. We could absolutely add that to the toolbox. Again, I have all of these items here at the desk, and please stop by and let me know if I can be of assistance. And just so everyone is aware, we are also looking at a statewide marketing program through SAFER that will be on billboards around the state. It's a work in progress. Once we find out what the locations are, we'll let you know, but we're looking at 5 poster size, which I believe is 10 by 22 feet on major roadways throughout the state. So we're looking at 5 per region. So we'll let everybody know where those will be. And if it's worth the money that we're going to put into it, which to me is not a big fiscal impact to our SAFER grant, we'll be doing it a couple of times throughout the year and moving it around the state. So,
I know we did have some several years ago, and people saw them. They were fairly effective, so it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Anything
Any
else?
questions for me regarding anything that I've spoken about or anything you've seen in the weekly reports?
2 major things. The National Firefighter Registry, with respect to cancer in particular, is very important. And the MACO project that they're working with on recruitment and retention. It's important actually for both the volunteer side and the career side, because the career side's having problems really getting people interested in public safety in general, getting recruitment. So, participate in that. We have the support of MACO to look at the recruitment, and it's one of our major initiatives this year. So please take the time to fill that out. We're doing pretty well, so please make sure you fill out both those surveys. Anything else for the Executive Director? Okay, thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Secretary's report, and Chaplain will be on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You should have a copy of my report. It was submitted electronically, and we'll go over a couple of things. One is the credentials and registration. We have a total of 370 member companies. That's including member companies, associate members, and sustaining members. There were 348 member companies, 20 associates, and 2 sustaining, which gives us a total of 370. Of the 348, only 331 of them has submitted credentials. In other words, we got 17 companies out there that's floating around, failed to, send me the information. Another question that we asked on the credentials were how many volunteers and how many non-volunteers that they have. We have a total of 15,465 responding volunteers and 11,641 non-responding. And this is what's reported by the companies for a total of approximately 27,106 volunteers across the state. And that's down some from previous years. Mr. Chairman, on your action items, we need to approve the June the 18th, 2023, June the 21st, and July the 21st minutes.
Okay, the Secretary has advised we need to approve the June 18th, June 21st, and July 21st minutes of the Executive Committee. There's been a motion, seconded by Lee. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. 3 minutes are approved. Go ahead, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir. Just a reminder, a lot of the departments and a lot of individuals are celebrating their 50th anniversary, 100th. I think we got some up to 200th anniversary now in Westminster. is celebrating it this year. So if you know of a company, department, squad, or an individual that is celebrating a milestone or any type of recognition that they deserve to receive, let me know or let the president know so we can get a certificate or a plaque or whatever is appropriate for the occasion. Need to get that out to recognize these individuals. And as the president indicated, back on my desk or on the president's desk is the directory for next year. Shirley has, unfortunately, she's sick today, this weekend. She will not be here, but she has put in a lot of time on this, getting it updated. So you need to go through and check it to make sure that the information on yourself or on your committee or your position, whatever, is correct. And we need to add some information we can. So check those out, and we'll go from there. The last thing I have is each one of you represents a county or counties. Those counties have county associations. We need to know the dates of their meetings. Please get the dates, locations, send it to us so we can get this updated on the calendar, and so we can get it updated on my sheet that I'll send back to you, because the presidents are going out visiting the different associations. They need to know where to go and when to go.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Actually, the president asked me to request that each of our representatives please go back and not only get the dates and locations, but also the presidents and their information, so that we have that information available to us when we have critical information and need to contact the county associations, that we have it readily available. So if you would take out the next step, the president requested we do put that information together.
Right, and if you get that to me, and put all this together and go.
Okay, Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things.
Yes.
You talked about the companies that have not completed credentials.
Correct.
Can you get those names to us,
Yes.
please?
Yes, I can give that to you today.
Okay. And the second, I know the association has always provided certificates for those milestones, 100th anniversary,
Right.
50th, things like that. I would suggest, knowing that we have the money in the budget, that a 200th anniversary most definitely gets a plaque or something.
Well, the 200th, and this has already been taken care of, especially for Westminster, and thank you, Steve, on that. But we did recognize Westminster on that. There was an appropriate presentation made. But yes, and what we've done in the past is, 50th to 75, we prepare a certificate for the anniversary. 100th goes into a plaque. Then, of course, anywhere from 150th to 200, it's open. Yeah, whatever we can, go with. Thank you. Any questions?
I was just going to say one thing unique. I did an article in firehouse.com a couple weeks ago, if you get online, that the United Firehouse in Frederick is believed to be the oldest continuously operating fire station in the country. This year is the 175th year of that primary building. It's got a little bit of, interior's been changed a little bit, but that bell rang for John Brown going to Harper's Ferry and some of the troops. So that is, and within firehouse.com, that is, we believe, the oldest continuously operating fire station in the United States of America.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman.
And no, I wasn't there when it was built. Mr. President, past President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doyle, Community Fire Company of Perryville, next month in September will be celebrating their 100th anniversary. So either get it to me or Steve. Give it to Steve.
What's the date on it? Or send me the date, and I'll get that made up.
And the big parade in Westminster, October 7th, and I'll be emceeing that. So hope everybody can vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. President.
I just want to echo one thing about what Doyle said about the meetings for the associations, because I've gotten phone calls from some of our state senators, as well as our federal partners, in the House of Representatives, folks asking what to know when meetings are. So it's very important that you put the location and time. If they're in the area, they're willing to stop in and visit you, but they're not going to word search 23 different counties. So we can be that portal to help you, and that's what I'm asking. Please make sure that we get your meeting dates, your accurate locations and times, because they do look at our website to find out where the meetings are, and that is very helpful. So I know your primary attention is to your own website, but if you can help us help you a little bit, I think it will pay dividends. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, one additional item is on the back table, you will find hotel information for the next executive committee meeting in Westminster. So look for that. If we need more copies, let us know and we'll take care of it.
Very good. Any further questions for the Secretary? Thank you, Doyle. Chaplain's report.
Before he gets out of the room, I want to say last week we made history in the state of Maryland. It's the first time the Federation of Fire Chaplains has teamed up with the state training organization to provide chaplains training. I want to thank Director Michael Cox for doing that for us. We had a great turnout, 19 chaplains from Maryland and one from West Virginia. Unfortunately, he wasn't close enough to have a mutual aid agreement, so he had to pay for his own classes. So far, we have 6 special tributes as of right now. The past president, Red Cross, passing yesterday. 1 line of duty death. 1 ladies auxiliary past president, and 1 ladies auxiliary officer, and 1 committee chair for next year's memorial. Please remind your folks to submit their members' names for the memorial page and the memorial as soon as they pass away. As of right now, we have 107 on the list for next year. This year's Federation of Fire Chaplains Conference is in St. Petersburg, Florida in October. All 5 positions have been filled for the SAFER grant, and we appreciate that. SAFER grant paying for 5 chaplains to attend. Planning is underway now for next year's conference, which will be held in Annapolis, Maryland in October. The committee's been working on that, getting things put together for next year's conference. Is there anything? That's all I have for today. Is there anything anybody needs help with?
Any questions for the chaplain?
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ladies Auxiliary President, Jean. And if you would also introduce all of your officers accordingly.
Good morning, everyone. The officers today, Senior Vice President Sherry Steffen, Junior Vice President Joan Kramer, Corresponding Secretary Craig Trigo, Vice Chaplain Samantha Butterfield, Conference Co-Chair Barbara Hilton, Past Presidents Sandy Lutz, 2010-2011, Past President Malia Dalton, 2022-2023. Our fall conference is on October the 21st at Union Bridge Fire Company. I have information. Just come to the table. I can share it with you. The auxiliary held their transition meeting at Brunswick Ambulance and Rescue. I have traveled to memorial services, Washington County, Cobb Island, Rocky Ridge to the parade and meetings. Attended the MSFA transition meeting and recruitment and retention. We are spreading the word to get more members in auxiliary. Also, thank you to the Libertytown Volunteer Fire Company for hosting the executive meeting, and have a great executive weekend.
Want to introduce your officers, Gene? Introduce your officers. Do you read all of them? Okay, miss anybody? Okay, Bessie Marshall is next then. They usually stand up and say hi, but okay, didn't see everybody. Sorry about that. Didn't go through the whole list. Bessie Marshall Fund? Bessie Marshall report? Anybody here for that? Okay. Okay. Miss Fire Prevention. Miss Fire Prevention runner-up. Would like to come forward?
Okay. Hi, I'm Madeline Moore. I am the MSFA Miss Fire Prevention 2023-2024. My report was submitted electronically, and there's also copies on the table. So since I was crowned in June, I've attended 24 events. I've traveled 647.2 miles so far. I just want to thank everyone that came to Ocean City to support all of us and the continued support so far. And then the only thing I have really is I brought my project that I did for the state contest. So it is a activity book based off of special needs. So if anyone wants to take a look at it, you can come to where I'm sitting. So it's just about an activity book. It talks about smoke alarms, hearing impaired smoke alarms, fire extinguishers, and fire escape plans. There's also a trivia question page, and there's also a Braille word search and a sources page. Every word that is in the book underneath of it has Braille with it. And then there is a summary page of the activity book as well. And then lastly, the only other thing I have is I've been working with the Fire Prevention Life Safety Committee and Teresa Ann to create another summary tip sheet based off my project. And then there are also copies on the fire prevention table. Other than that, if there's anything that you would like me to attend, I do have my business cards with me, so I can hand those out. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ashley Naborchuk. I am the MSFA Miss Fire Prevention First Runner-Up. Since I've been crowned, I've attended 30 events, traveled just over 1,066 miles, and I've dedicated 59 hours to promoting fire prevention and community outreach. If you have any upcoming events you'd like myself and Maddie to attend, please feel free to reach out to one of us. We've been working and communicating well together, so if you invite one, invite both. And I have my business cards with me. If you need my contact information, you can see me anytime today or tomorrow. And with everybody traveling, I just want you to remember that a well-maintained car is less likely to have a fire, so keep up with your routine maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you both, and congratulations to you both. You do a great job, and we look forward to working with you the rest of the year. Thank you. Okay, moving to the MSFA reports. Board of Trustees and Attorney Mike Farlow will be on deck.
I'm going to stand up because I'll sit down. I may not be able to get back up. This time last year, I wasn't getting back up. When I started my week-long stay in emergency and intensive care was today, a year ago. Here for the Board of Trustees report, we had our post-convention meeting on July 17th. All the trustees were in attendance. Our elections were held for the 23-24 year. The officers for the trustees this year, as I will serve again as chair. Vice chair will be Jeff Clements. Secretary will be Tommy Mattingly Jr. And we welcome on board Robbie Blackston and Teresa Collins as the fourth and fifth trustees. And we have already had a real good chance to transition into the coming year. So things are moving along well, despite not having a computer. The procedure manual was upgraded for this year. Only minor changes were made, mostly just upgrading the names and contact information and so forth for the new trustees. There were one or two absolutely minor word changes in there, but we did get the whole thing transposed over onto the website and up and running pretty quickly, thanks to Kate's help with that. Trustee benefits were discussed at length at our meeting, and we did raise quite a few of the benefits this year. I'll give you just a quick frame on those. We raised the reimbursable death benefit from $11,000 to $12,000. We increased the monthly benefit payment for widows, widowers, and orphans $50 a piece. So the widowers and widows will get $9.50 a month, and the dependent children $8.50 a month. It's a $50 raise across the board. We raised a few of the permanent injuries more or less just rounding them off to make things a little bit easier for everybody. You can look at the procedural manual on the website and see the changes we made there. Nothing real significant, but we did upgrade those slightly. Ron Sarnicki has done an excellent job, and I can't tell you much. We appreciate the fact that he keeps us abreast of what's going on and takes care of our balances. We currently have our reserve account back to where we want to keep it at $250,000 in case of that disaster. And then our operating account is still pretty healthy right now, so we were able to raise all our benefits. We discussed the storage and security of our beneficiary files. Our attorney kind of had a side conversation with us down at the beach, suggesting that we probably want to get our records secure because they contain some HIPAA information. So we've taken steps immediately, and I want to give a shout out to Tommy Mattingly on that. We've already gotten all of those organized, reboxed, and at Crofton so they can go into the MSFA lockup. So they will now be under lock and key, which satisfies that problem very quickly and very easily. Again, we had a little confusion when we got them there, and I think we've got that worked out now. That was kind of a lack of communications on my part. Trustees meetings this year will be held via Zoom whenever we need to work a claim. As we get claims, rather than waiting for a meeting before the executive committee meeting, we're going to go ahead and handle them with Zoom meetings as soon as we get all the paperwork, rather than stretching this thing out on and on and on like we had to do with this last claim we had. We want to try to get the money out to these folks as quickly as possible. So we will be doing all our meetings via Zoom, and we will still continue to have our required meetings as required by the Constitution and bylaws. We had discussion on computer issues and what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, and hopefully that will move along. I'm not going to beat that anymore. We're still not there, but at least we made a step closer. We've discussed getting all of our hard files digitized so that access could be made by the trustees at any time from their home computer. So what we're planning to do is we have the records at Crofton now. Ron Sarnicki has suggested a way perhaps that we can get this all digitized and put online so that the trustees can access them at any time we need. Over the past 6 months or so, I've had need to go back into the records to answer several questions from widows who thought they should have got benefits and didn't. Some that got benefits and didn't understand why or how, things like that. So it would make it much easier for us to access these records if they were digitized. So we're going to work on that. That's one of our goals for this year, is to get those records digitized so that we have much better access to them. We've received updates from Treasurer Sarnicki on our trustee balances. And again, I want to emphasize that he does a great job in keeping the benefits going out monthly, keeps records of what's going out. And fortunately, we've had to depend on him without having a computer. We have no record as to what's going out and when. So we've had to rely on his records for just about a year now. We've been receiving a lot of calls over the past several months from widows or people wondering why so-and-so didn't get trustee benefits. And in most cases, it's been pretty simple. There was no claim filed. One of the, without being specific, one of the firefighters that died on Stricker Street in Baltimore City, I think it was his mother or widow, called and wanted to know why he didn't get benefits. And again, it was very simple. He was being compensated at the time he was killed, so he doesn't qualify for our benefits. I don't even know if Baltimore City Fire Department is a member company, to be honest with you, but so those kind of things come up. And we've had people who are active firefighters in a volunteer company somewhere and die doing something related to the fire department, but they're being compensated by someone, whether it be an educational agency or a commercial agency or something like that, and they just don't fit. And sometimes it's hard to explain. But I guess the point I want to make out of all this is if you get a call like this, any of the committee members here get a call like that, and you're not sure, don't understand, please don't hesitate to forward it to us so that we can give them a good, clean, honest answer. I would much rather have to give them a negative answer and be correct rather than just stringing them on and on. Well, I don't know, or it could be this, or might be that. I would much rather give them a straight and honest answer. We haven't had that issue yet, but I don't want to have that issue is the point I'm trying to make. So that we did set our goals for the year. Our goals for the year was to try to get a computer up and running and straightened out. secure the storage of our files, which we have taken care of already, back up all our records with a couple of zip drives so that we'd never have this problem again, increase our benefits, which we have done, update our manual, which is done, and the digitalization of our files, which we're hoping to get in progress later on this year. This is not a top priority, but it's something we'd like to work towards, particularly for the future. Any questions?
You don't have your computer yet.
Well,
And the reason, twofold. Number one, as the Budget Committee Chair, the Data Systems Committee Chair was instructed, and if you recall, we had an issue on the purchase of computers, purchase of things that a couple years ago, the Executive Committee put a policy in place that he couldn't purchase anything without the approval of the Budget Committee Chair. That was done.
Right.
And it was also done while I was sitting as chair of the Executive Committee. So I'm a little upset that you don't have a computer yet.
They have it.
yeah, we have the computer now. Okay, it's not a new one. It was.
You're supposed to have a new one.
It's not. Okay, we got it back.
Okay.
It was, this
Was not aware of that.
Let me give you just a real
Go
brief
ahead.
history on this so that y'all understand exactly where we were. Back in, I think it was September, or October of last year, our computer started acting up. And Jeff Thompson, who was the secretary at that time, reported it to the Data Committee. When we got to the Shall Executive Committee meeting, I was at that particular meeting, and the chairman came up and handed me a computer and a cord and said, "Give this to Jeff Thompson." And I didn't know what was going on.
That was supposed to be a temporary measure.
Okay. So I took the computer home with me, and it was just a week or two before the Flintstone Executive Committee meeting that I was able to get this computer to Jeff because he had had knee replacement surgery, was going through rehab, and had some issues there. Well, anyway, I guess it was the week, after the Flintstone meeting, Jeff calls me and says, "There's nothing on this computer." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "There's none of our records there." So I called chairman, emailed him. Jeff called him, emailed him. Others had called and emailed him. We had several discussions with some of you folks. I think some of you folks had contacted him and so forth. No return. I mean, no responses whatsoever. Well, Wednesday of this past week, he's found the computer, the old computer, and we didn't find our stick that had our backup on it, and a computer bag. Didn't find the bag either, but we got the computer. So somehow or another, he has gotten these files onto a Google Drive of some sort. Now, I'm not sure that's a good thing because I don't think that's secure. This is all the records that contain some of this HIPAA information that I've referred to. So the long and short of it is Jeff had taken the computer to Tommy so Tommy could bring it here today. We have the computer back there right now. The chairman emailed Jeff and said, "Here's what you have to do." Well, Jeff sent back and said, forward it to Tommy and gave him Tommy's email address. Well, Tommy's in transition now between Eastern Shore and here. So we're hung somewhere in here. Like I say, we've taken a step forward, so we're getting something done, but we just haven't reached the reached the pinnacle yet, if you will. So like I said, hopefully we can get this up. Teresa's taking a look at it, and Tommy kind of wasn't aware of all this either, I don't think. So yeah, I was just going to say, Chip has kind of facilitated this somewhat over the last few days. Hopefully, once we get all this in one spot, we can get it put together and get up and running. Now, like I said, we on a used computer, which I don't care whether it's used or not. That doesn't matter. But the fact of the matter is we've got to have this computer, and we're going to make sure that we were just talking about that before while we ate breakfast this morning. I think what we're going to do to ensure that we don't lose all that information again is we're going to put about 3 zip drives together. That way the chairman, vice chairman, and secretary can all 3 have a zip drive that we will back everything up, and then the secretary will update those as needed to be updated, like every month or every 2 months or 3 months, whatever it takes. That's pretty much where we stand on that.
And the negative has become a bit of a positive because it has brought the lights of things that we need to do, should do, have done. So they've taken this as a positive step to really coordinate the information, secure the information, and make sure it's available. So
Exactly.
we just still need the information on that one computer. So we're making progress.
Yeah. Anything else? Gentlemen, thank you very much. And again, I want to thank the executive committee, officers, presidents, for all the support. I mean, gosh, we can give you guys a call whenever, and we always get the right answer. So again, thank you for your support. Need anything from us, don't fuss, call us.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, attorney's report, and on deck will be the parliamentarian.
Not too much to report today. In the near future, I will be getting in touch with some of the committee members to get some high resolution images for our trademark renewal. A couple of times, and this is a little odd scenario, a couple of times in the past month or so, we have had lawyers try to link either the MSFA or the LMSFA into as somehow affiliated or in control of various fire departments or ladies auxiliaries. And we've shut those attempts down with quick letters, but if that happens, if any of you hear of some fire department having some internal issue and they try to bring the MSFA into it as though we are a controlling organization, please let me know as quickly as possible so we can shut that down. We don't have any operational control over any fire company. Ladies Auxiliary doesn't have any operational control over any ladies auxiliaries in the state. And we don't want people thinking that we do, because although these things were shut down quickly, we don't want to get named in a lawsuit somewhere along the line that we shouldn't be in, and then we've got to intervene and get our name taken out of it. So just be aware of that and contact me if any of that happens. It's only happened 3 times, but twice of them have happened in the past month, so I just wanted to
Make sure you get the attorney, because what we don't want is all of a sudden get a summary judgment on something because we refuse to respond. And I've been involved in some of those in my insurance days. So it is critical that if MSFA, LMSA is any way, shape, or form involved in it, get it to the attorney so we can respond properly.
And I will say one of those was a subpoena that was sent directly to me. That was easy. Now one was a courtesy copy of something that was sent to the Ladies Auxiliary, and they contacted me immediately. So that's great. Any questions?
Questions for the attorney? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Office of the Parliamentarian and shock trauma will be on deck. Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. I just want you to know that I have had an in-depth discussion with the chaplain of the Norrisville Fire Company, and you got problems, son. her daughter's my minister. I don't know if it's quite that bad. No, she's a good person, but Richard, I'll tell you the story later. Thank you very much. Shock trauma. Okay, shock trauma here today. Okay, Office of the State Fire Marshal. And Fire Prevention Commission will be on deck. If you'd like to come up with the Fire Marshal, I'd be more than happy. I think you'll allow you, won't you, Brian?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Totterman.
Good morning. Hope everybody's well. Good to see everybody. You should have my report filed electronically. You should also have the 2022 fire fatality report for the state. That should also be in there as well. Currently, we are at 50 confirmed fire deaths across the state, with another 15 deaths pending with the medical examiner's office. So again, it's not been a good year for us. So we continue to ask people to get their messages out there and get out in the communities and talk to folks and knock on doors and check smoke alarms and those types of things. So if you didn't hear the report down at the beach, calendar year 2022, we had 13,413 fires. Of those, 5,521 were structures, and out of that, 4,183 were residential structure fires in 2022. 62 civilian injuries, 70 civilian fire deaths. Fire service suffered 75 injuries and 9 deaths. 3 deaths were on the fire ground, 4 medical emergencies, and 2 deaths as a result of COVID. Estimated dollar loss was $268 million and change. Smoke alarms were present in 929 incidents, and residential sprinklers were present in 154 incidents. All those numbers above represent an increase over 2021. There was a 16.2% decrease in the number of fire incidents classified as incendiary across the state in 2022. So we're happy that the arson numbers are coming down. Again, from Ocean City, if you weren't at this year's report, but Deputy Halis Velez was this year's recipient of the J.C. Robinson Award for Deputy State Fire Marshal of the Year. She is a deputy in our Southern Maryland office, and she does an outstanding job for us. Something unique about the group this year, they had a combination of 22 years on the job. With the State Fire Marshal's Office, 5 deputies had less than 5 years and 1 had less than 10 years. So it just demonstrates the quality of folks that we're getting into the office and the great work that they continue to do each and every year. So May for us is a little busy month. It's Arson Awareness Week, it's Home Fire Sprinkler Week, it's Safe Boating Week. And then we also have the MSP Memorial Service and then the statewide Community Risk Reduction Weekend. During this weekend in May, we had all of our personnel assigned to regional officers, partner with local fire departments, and went out on their own checks and installed smoke alarms and provided safety information to those communities throughout each region. 3 regions participated during the period, and with over 100 homes visited, we had 352 smoke alarms which were provided and or installed. So kudos to my folks in doing that. We're going to do that again in October. We're going to have all our folks back out on the street installing smoke alarms, and that's October 21st and 22nd is the next CRR weekend. So hopefully all the departments will be out there and working with us as well. So we had a very busy 4th of July. The 2 weeks in between 4th of July, we had 16 fireworks related events, resulting in 5 reported injuries and damages estimated over $1.8 million. We suffered our first fire fatality from the use of illegal consumer fireworks. The incident occurred in Charles County. 20-year-old male decided to hold up a mortar tube against his chest, and the mortar exploded, resulting in fatal injury. So that was the first in the state that we've ever had from a fireworks fatality consuming fireworks. On July 26th and August 9th, we hired a new deputy state fire marshal full-time. Came to us from Allegheny Sheriff's Department, and a full-time fire protection engineer. Both of those are out in the western region. In addition, this week we hired Sarah Hawkins, who I think everybody knows who Sarah is here. She's now working for us as a deputy state fire marshal. Should be attending law enforcement academy in Carroll County next month. And most of you know, Master Deputy State Fire Marshal Kirby Travers has retired from the agency after serving as citizens of Maryland for 25 years. So we wish him the best in his retirement. Second quarter numbers are there for you to look at. National Night Out, we also participated in again this year, as we have in the past. Very successful for us. Getting out there into the community and talking to folks and those types of things. I don't know where the president went. We would like to, Mr. President, we would like to participate in your lithium-ion battery committee. We have created a dashboard at the office to track those incidents. So we've rolled that out to all the fire investigation units, and we're going to now roll that out to the operations side of the house, so we can continue to track lithium-ion battery fires and those types of things. So if we can be part of that, we'd like to. That'd be great for us. And then obviously the drone stuff too. Other than that, that's my report, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Any other questions for the fire marshal? Comment? Very good. Thank you, Ms. Bilber. Any other comments? Certainly glad to have the Fire Prevention Commission here this morning. Mr. Countryman, thank you.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Ed Tockerman, and it's been a couple of meetings since I've been before you. I have 3 issues that I want to bring before you. 2 of them I consider as good. The other one is not good. We're going to get rid of the not good first. Back in 2018, the commission declared all high-rise buildings, residential occupancy, be hazardous.
There we go.
Is that better? Okay, sorry. So back in 2018, we declared all residential high-rise unsprinklered buildings as to be an imminent hazard. That action gave Fire Marshal Barassi the authority to go out and notify through most of these buildings are in PG and Montgomery counties, gave him the authority to direct them to begin the process of sprinkling these buildings. Soon after that, the commission began its typical 3-year update of the fire prevention code. It's a very involved process that we go through. Chief Fire Protection Engineer Ken Bush heads up a work group, typically like 30 people from all across the state of Maryland. And we literally go through the code section by section, page by page, and identify that there are any problems, new technologies need to be addressed, that's what we're not. The commission approved of the work that for the 2021 edition that the committee did, and went through the process of advertising it. Soon after that, the commission, as well as the superintendent of the state police, received a letter from a high-powered attorney threatening suit if we continue the process to have these buildings sprinkled. Really challenging the commissions and the state police's authority to do so. As a result, the state police pulled back the 2021 edition of the code. As soon as that occurred, the commission was operating in uncharted waters. This had never been done before since the commission came into being in 1964. The end result is they promised, state police promised, to resubmit the identical code as an emergency measure, and everything would be right again. For months, many months, coming up to roughly a year and a half's time, we were told that the 2021 edition was down in Annapolis. It would soon be published. A couple of days before this past June's commission meeting, which coincides with the MSFA convention, I found out that through the secretary of the commission, Heidi Ritchie, that in direct contact with the senior editor of the Maryland Register, that the Maryland Register had received absolutely nothing from the state police, and that they had nothing to publish. So in other words, for a year and a half, the upper echelon of the Maryland State Police, and I'm going to use the words, has been less than forthright with the commission. In actuality, I sent a letter to Colonel Butler, and in the letter stated point blank that the commission considered their actions a breach of trust. To me, it's serious business when you can't trust the upper echelon state police to tell you the truth. At that meeting, the commission decided, and we had input from Ken Bush, that the 2024 edition of the Fire Prevention Code, NFPA, as well as Life Safety Code, would be coming out sometime this fall, possibly as early as the end of August. At that time, the commission voted to discontinue all interest in the 2021 edition. We're focusing totally now on 2024 edition. By doing so, and we notified everyone that was in that 30-person workfront of our decision and the reasons therefore. And it caused quite a ripple. Ocean City, the Ocean City Fire Marshal, have been working with the Ocean City Town Council to adopt the 2021 edition so that it would be in parallel with what the state is adopting. That went out the window as soon as we declared no longer interested. So where we are now is about to begin, as soon as the publication is approved by the NFPA, we are about to start the process all over again to go through the 2024 edition in detail. It is that process, along with the eventual adoption of the code, that keeps Maryland as the forerunner in all 50 states. We have 49 states and commonwealths behind us, basically. However, and I've promised the members of this work that as soon as there is any indication of the 2024 edition being derailed, that I will immediately notify them, and I will also notify President Smock. If that were to occur, and hopefully it will not, but we have no control. I don't know what's going to happen. If that were to occur, I think it would be really beyond time for the state association to step in. We can't. We're literally going to lose first place if we don't do something. All of this hinges all the way back on the state police being afraid of being sued, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not worried about being sued at all, because standing for right, the commission, and doing its responsibility in working to save lives, injuries, and thirdly, property. Basically, that's That's the bad part of my report this morning.
Mr. Toshman, I have one question before you go too far on it. Well, a statement and a question. First off, I think a lot of people understand it, but I want to make sure that you fully understand. This is why the fire laws book delay has been for the last couple of years. We're not publishing something till we know we have something. So that correct, Mr. Bilger? So that's why the fire laws book is hesitant. Yes, there have been other law changes within the annotated code, but the bottom line is if we don't have the fire prevention code, life safety code, the book's worthless.
You don't have any.
Exactly. So that's why that's been held up. The next question is, I'm assuming the 2024 code does have the retroactive requirements for the high-rise sprinklers. Okay.
It does.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
And I give a lot of credit to your past president, J. Millard Thomas, back in 1963 and 64, for bringing the office of the state fire marshal out of literally out of the horse and buggy days to what it is now. I think with that, on this first issue, I'll accept any questions that anybody has.
Any further questions for Mr. Toshman? Okay. So far, so good. Continue, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so far as it, okay. Mark Bilger just brought up the Mouse Act, okay? That's number 2 on my list. It's free. It's for the Maryland Fire Service primarily. It's going to be a good program. We want to get it filled up. We want to have it overflow. The commission takes its hat off to Mark and his work that have worked not only this year, but in previous years to put this together. If you don't take advantage of it, whose fault is that? It's on yourself. Okay. Issue number 3. Again, going back to Governor Todd, when the commission was put together, only one position was allotted to the Central Maryland Career Fire Service. One position was for a member of the general public. 2 positions were for a business and industry, which I happen to fill one of those. But one was a professional engineer, one was a member of the general contractor. Fortunately, we have been able to have excellent commissioners. However, lost Doug Alexander, good man, lost Stacy Welch, who is a professional fire protection engineer. She's a senior fire protection engineer from Marriott International. She's a cracker. And we lost another engineer, another commissioner as well. So we have 3 vacancies at the present time. Next year, June 30th, 2024, Commissioner Bilger will have completed his second term, 2 of 10 years, and Representative the general public of Maryland, she will have completed her time as well. That's 5 commissioners between now and next June 30th. Okay. Contact with the governor's office. They have received some applications filled. They want more applications. Okay. So I'm extending an opportunity for members of volunteer fire service, Maryland. If fire prevention is your thing, now's an excellent time to apply. Okay? So, if anybody is interested, I have their contact information with me today, and be happy to give them who's interested. Any questions on that? Be happy to.
Any questions or anybody want to volunteer while they're here? And by the way, that was Governor J. Millard Tall's past president of the Maryland State Firemen Association. Yes.
That is,
So,
I'm old enough to remember.
Mr. Tauschman, Chief DeRacy, any questions for either one? Very good. Thank you for being here this morning. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Maryland State Police Aviation and EMS Board, if anybody's here to represent them, be on deck and behind that MIMS.
Morning. All right, I believe the report was submitted electronically. I don't know. I'm here in attendance for Major Tagliaferri, manager. So hopefully we do this right. So starting off with personnel, we recently got 4 trooper medics that just completed command level rescue technician training and are cleared to cover shifts. So they're out there putting their nose to the grindstone. We've got 3 technicians that are currently in the 6-week upgrade process for us. And unfortunately, there were no paramedics in the current class that just started at the academy. We've got 4 pilots that were promoted within the house. We currently have 11 pilot openings across the command. That being said, there's no effect in crew coverage, just some pilots are getting a lot of overtime. We've got 3 pilots that were hired in July that are expected to complete their initial pilot training here in October, and they're going to be going to Trooper 3 and Trooper 6 to help out with their staffing issues. Aircraft maintenance across the fleet, we've got 2 aircraft that are currently in heavy inspections where they go to Sterling Helicopters up in Pennsylvania, and they are completely tore apart, inspected, and everything else. So the remaining 8 are out across the state of Maryland. And again, there's no disruption to service from those heavy inspections. That's a normal process that they maintain. A couple ongoing projects that we have. The biggest one to note is the whole blood program. So every section throughout the state is currently carrying whole blood, 2 units of whole blood. And to date, there's been 23 patients that we've transfused 26 units of blood to. So we're really seeing a positive benefit. In addition to that, we are the first pre-hospital agency to offer whole blood statewide throughout the state to those that we serve in a partnership with. We work very closely with shock trauma in maintaining the blood program, and that there's no issues with temperature or anything like that. 5 days ago, there was a big press conference at Martin State where they highlighted that program that's in effect now. The unmanned aircraft systems, our drone program, we currently have 10 drones throughout the state with 20 sworn pilots. Those pilots that are sworn and we determine pilots because they have gone through the Part 107 and they're certified through the FAA as pilots. Year-to-date total missions for aviation so far, as of August 1st, we've flown 1,702 missions, and that encompasses roughly about 1,400 flight hours throughout the state. Notable events, we've been busy out in Trooper 5, out in Cumberland, mostly in Tucker County, West Virginia. We've been getting a lot of hoist calls for service there, as well as Trooper 3 where they've assisted local partners with technical rescue. And then at the beginning of the month, Trooper 3 held their 50th anniversary, which we were estimated to have roughly 3,500 plus people there, as well as, the support from the local communities, the fire, rescue, EMS, law enforcement, and other aviation displays were there. So include Pennsylvania State Police, Virginia State Police, aviation, Park Police. And, real quick nutshell, that was it. If you have any questions, I know the answers to. I'll make them up. If I don't, or get them to the people that do have the answers.
And that was a great event at the Trooper 3.
It was
that
very,
really
it
was.
was a long day.
Yeah, it was, but it was well worth it and very well attended. I mean, it
Yes,
was
sir.
Amazing. The public was great. I
Absolutely.
was really surprised how the turnout was. So, congratulate whoever was behind the scenes working on that. It was a great event.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the sergeant? Buddy?
Yes, sir.
Quick hero in the whole process. And, for within minutes, you're in Baltimore or wherever. When we call, you guys are there. Never a question. And I want to thank you. Please go back and tell your colleagues and everybody involved with the State Police Helicopter Park. Thank you very much. You're a key part of our success helping the citizens of Maryland. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Buddy, I used to work for him, but I'm not. I couldn't say it any better than that. But I'm not going to embarrass Jeremy while he's sitting up here. But well, I could, but I don't. But he's still wearing his gun, so I'll give him a break today. Well, he probably could. It goes both ways, so we're playing nice. We're good. But I just want to say, with the blood program, and really highlight that is a good partnership that we've worked a long time to do. And they've reached out to MSFA to help them through different issues, work through some different issues. So it goes to what I keep saying. Maryland has something that no other states have, and the partnerships that we have with MSOL, and it's imperative for us to make sure that we continue to work and resolve the funding issues. Chip's put an article here on the table in reference to that, going back to when we started, how MENS was created and so forth. And I'm not going to steal Dr. Delabridge's thunder with that in the 50 years. We've built a coalition here in Maryland that people continue to try to emulate. And as I go around to the tri-state regions, folks are scratching their head. How do you do that? And we figured out how to work through the politics of that to come together, not only from the ground level, our law enforcement, our medevac, but our hospitals, and make it work. And folks are still arguing and fussing and fighting on the periphery how we make that happen. So it goes to say to our volunteers from the ground level, from our dispatchers forward, that we stand strong together and we work through our issues and differences. So Jeremy, even though I used to work for you guys, I appreciate what you do on a daily basis. I know what we do, and help our members on the border states. You're second to none. The training's moving forward, and as changes go, we keep ratcheting it up one step. So kudos again to our partners and to you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, one addition with the whole blood program, even for our sections out of service, and you are on a case where you need that potentially, call Syscom, call the section, because there's going to be people there that can get that blood to you.
Thank you. And the article Eric is referring to was in the Frederick News Post. I happen to be a contributing editor to them, and it was in this week. We have some copies over there going back 50 years ago, my early dispatcher days. So pushing for MSOF. The bottom line was MSOF funding, and that's really, and utilizing some of the cannabis funding that last year legislatively didn't make it. That it makes perfect sense. So I think there's still a couple extra copies over there. And can we have your full name for the record, please?
Sure, it's Jeremy Everly.
Everly. Okay. Got it? Very good.
Like the Everly Brothers.
Everly Brothers. Well, don't sing Wake Up Little Susie, though. Okay. Any other questions? Very good. Thank you, sir. Okay, EMS board. And Dr. Delbridge from MIMS.
I got no thunder. Thank you, though. Chairman Stamp couldn't be here this morning. I'm sure if he was here, he would echo what's already been said about the value of partnerships. He never misses a chance to do that and describe that is the partnerships that make the EMS system in Maryland go. You really value our mutual relationship with EMS like that. Really, just a couple of things. I guess I'll start with the MSOF since we ended whole blood discussion earlier. The whole blood program, if you will, it's funded by the MSOF. Every time a patient gets a unit of whole blood or we lose a unit, we haven't done yet. Every time that happens, it's an expenditure of the MSOF. These things are made possible by the funding that we get through motor vehicle registration fees. As we've discussed previously, the MSOF will go upside down sometime in 2025 without an infusion of funds from some source or another. And so this legislative year upcoming, it's going to be really super important that we use the power of our partnership to express to the legislator the importance of the MSOF, the importance of the collaboration with experience making the system go, find a solution that is more sustainable than the one that we have. We're one of the few states in the country that funds EMS to the extent that we do, especially in the way that we do it. And it sounds really great from the outside looking in that we have a dedicated source of funding and we're not subject to the whims of the general fund and the legislator and the governor's office. We have a pool of funds that we draw from. The problem is it's not inflation sensitive. So about every 10 years we require some sort of an update. It's just time to do that again. And hopefully this time create a solution that is more responsive to inflation. A couple things are keeping us super duper busy. One is, as Kate mentioned, we're happy to be part of the Strengthening Firefighting Maryland Coalition. We used our networking capabilities earlier this past week to send out the survey that is a big part of the tools that the commission is using to get a sense from volunteer and career firefighters and EMS folks alike what's important to them, what drives them, and what concerns they have. We got in the day about 1,000 responses to the survey. Hopefully, we hold an EMS credential, you got it. We fill it out, pass it on to other people. It's a simple QR code. Thanks. The other things that are keeping us going are the mission on trauma center funding. This current fiscal year, trauma centers are getting a bolus of funds to help sustain them. But what is at play is a fund called the Trauma Center Physician Funding that is the result of a surcharge on the same motor vehicle registration that the MSOS uses money from. That hasn't been updated since 2003. It's $2.50 a year or $5 biannually. It goes to fund something that no other state does in the way Maryland does it. Trauma Center Physician Fund essentially funds hospitals for the costs they accrue to keep physicians on call or standing by for trauma patients. And other hospitals in other parts of the country do this by charging a trauma team activation fee. So the trauma team's activated, they charge $5,000, $10,000, whatever they charge. They get some fraction of that back to insurance. In Maryland, that doesn't work because of the way the health system is financed. So that's not an option. So this trauma center physician fund helps to do that. But it's not enough to sustain the trauma centers, and the fund has a lot of statutory limitations in how it can be spent or how it can be allocated. That's this commission is helping to work with. The other thing that's really important in the EMS system is the Emergency Department Throughput Committee work that's going on. There was legislation this past year that would have created a legislatively designated commission. That didn't pass. In the final hours, there was an agreement that the Maryland Hospital Association would take on that work without legislation. The group that was going to be legislatively assigned to that work was getting too big to get anything done. So this was a different kind of option. MEMS is helping to lead that work. What's important for EMS is that focuses on emergency department throughput in a way that makes emergency medical services and the time spent at the hospital part of the metric that is being looked at. Simultaneously with that is work that's going on at HSCRC, Health Services Special Relief Commission, looking at emergency department dramatic improvement effort, work that's supposed to go on in the next 6 months. There are 3 components to that. One is hospitals having to report how long a patient spends in the emergency department who gets discharged from the emergency department, how long patients spend in the emergency department when they're subsequently admitted from the emergency department, and the EMS to emergency department to transfer of care. This is the first time that I'm aware of that metric that is garnered from EMS reports and processed by MEMS to assign a value of 90th percentile EMS to ED transfer of care into every hospital in the state. How this is the first time that's being looked at as a metric of healthcare influence. It's incredibly valuable to the EMS system, and there's real serious recognition by the rest of the healthcare system of the value of EMS, the efficiency with which we're able to provide care. And you all know it as the anxiety created on the part of especially a volunteer EMS clinician gets stuck standing in a hospital corridor for an hour or more. They need to transfer the responsibility of the patient from her. So this is like really interesting work and big time recognition. We want to make something of it. We have emphasized to the highest jurisdictional officials and Metro Fire team from the state. It's really important that we're capturing that value accurately. That when what's called the handshake occurs between EMS clinicians and the hospital ED staff, that's the time that we're reporting, and not recording the time when the ambulance goes back from service, which might be 20, 30 minutes later, could be 5 minutes later. But it's that time where the EMS folks are no longer responsible for the care of the patient who much fun. Whether somebody signs something, shaking hands, giving a wink, nod, whatever, that's the time. That's because we're holding hospitals accountable for improving that time. Finally, we're engaged in some regulatory cleanup just to make it the expectations for official certification, licensure, and certification or clear to the average reader of the regulations and not require a lawyer to interpret which is what's happening. That's what I got. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Questions for Dr. Elbridge? Thank you very much, sir. Okay, MIFRI and followed by MDEM, if anybody from Emergency Management here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Okay, just provide an update for everyone, many of the programs we've got going on. First and foremost, we did submit our FY25 budget down to DVM and to the EMS board. So basically a flat budget, similar to what we had last year. We did put one over the target request in place, and that was for a $2 increase per hour for our part-time instructors. The reason that is in there is we've been getting some cost of living raises, merit increases over the past few years, driven by inflation, and our part-time instructors, as you well know, are not entitled to the COLA or merit increases, so they don't get too far behind. We wanted to put that in there. So EMTP programs are holding their own. Numbers are 67% pass rate first attempt. After the second attempt, 74%. I don't know why, but we never can get the third attempt numbers. So, but we are, our numbers are on par, slightly better than the national average for those programs. So, continuing to hold on with that. Some policy changes at MIFRI. One is actually a policy enforcement. When we seat students in a class after they register, they'll get an email saying they've been seated in the class, and there's an assignment for them, and that is for them to fill out or log into the Canvas program, fill out some, read the questionnaires, check the boxes, and come to class ready to do that. You would be surprised how many of the students come to class and they don't do any of that, and we have to take time out of that first night to get everybody in the class logged in and get all their paperwork covered. So What we're going to do is we'll seat them, but when they come to class and that's not done, we're sending them home until they get it done. So at some point, we have to stop the bleeding so we can continue. We've tried to shorten up our classes over the years as much we can because everything has become so much longer, EMT, even the firefighter programs and everything. So it just adds extra time that the folks are there and they're missing the classroom time. So one of the other things is specialized testing. MIFRE will be moving in the very near future. We probably will see it in some classes in the next month or two. And it'll be, I'm calling it specialized testing, but it's actually using subject matter experts to grade the projects or tests from some of the classes. For example, there would be in the fire inspector program, we want folks that are instructors who have a background in code enforcement and things of that nature to grade that. Same with the instructor programs. We'd like to have instructor trainers grade the projects or look over some of the work that's required by them. We've been driven to that based on the new Pro Board requirements that have been instituted. So, and while we're on the subject of Pro Board, as you all well know, I've been talking about it for over a year. Our IFSAC and Pro Board visits are this year, and they keep getting postponed. So it looks like now we're on target to have the IFSAC board come and do their stuff in October, and then November or December. Pro Board hasn't locked this in yet, but we will have that reaccreditation. So both of them week-long processes. A lot of work has went into these processes. They're done every 5 years. However, they've been postponed a few times. One, because of COVID, and two, some other issues that NFPA and Pro Board was having. So, one of the other things we're still waiting on, I'll switch gears, and that is the Orange Book, as we all refer to it, for instructors, and that is the COMAR regulations for the MICRB instructors. We went through a process maybe a little more than a year ago to get language changed in the COMAR. It was so that you can broke it out so it'd be instructor 2 and instructor 3, not combined anymore with that program. So it's been through the entire process at the Higher Education Commission. We just haven't seen the language yet, so those books have not been reprinted yet, much like you mentioned earlier in the fire laws. Don't want to print anything until we know that we have it in our hands and it's right. So we expect to see that in the very near future. Next on the list that we had is PDI. There'll be a little bit of a change for this fall's PDI. That's professional development for instructors. We typically, hold that one day in the fall, usually November or December in College Park. This year, we're going to do it October through December. So October, November, and December, there will be different PDIs on different weekends, and it is going to be discipline specific. So the EMS instructors will come to their own, fire instructors will come to their own, rescue instructors to their own, management, hazmat, etc. So there's some specific skills training, new equipment, things of that nature that this PDI will focus on this fall. So Pearson View testing centers throughout the entire state. There was 158 Pearson View tests issued just the last month. So far in the year, there's 762 tests. And since inception, which has been about 4 to 5 years ago now, there's been 3,000 tests for EMT or EMR given in the state. So I think that is a testament to solving the problem of folks not going and taking the EMT tests because they have to compete with beauticians and steam fitters and electricians and so forth. Putting those centers in each of the regional training centers was really an advantage to us. So our capital project out in Western Maryland, that renovation project has been completed. Our staff moved in July, still a small punch list of things that have to be done, but classes will resume in September. And I think they just have to be proud of it. Yeah, just a couple of the props to finish hooking up, and then that is ready to go and back in business full time. Remember, we're still looking for instructors. We've been doing instructor recruitment. So again, they can be local deliveries. We will come out to the jurisdiction that wants it and provide skills. They don't have to travel to College Park. They don't have to get a hotel. None of that stuff. So they only need to be 21 years of age, have 3 years of experience in the field that they want to teach, and they have to be in good standing with their department and the sponsoring agency. The last Maryland Instructor Certification Review Board was held on July 12th. That was a hybrid in-person meeting. Some new PDI was approved, some recertifications for instructors were approved, and some new instructors were brought into the systems. That leaves us right now across the state with 781 instructors, 17 instructor trainers, and 268 instructor evaluators. Next meeting of the MICRB will be on Wednesday, October the 18th in College Park. A reminder, Mark Bilger had mentioned this earlier, but the Mid-Atlantic Life Safety Conference, September 19th in Laurel. The new course catalog for MIFRE will be published in the next week or so. Look for that on the website. There will be some hard copies available. And other than that, attached to my report that was submitted electronically is a list of classes in the various phases, being what's in pilot, what's being redone, and or revised. So with that, I'll take any questions anybody will have, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for Director Cox?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tim.
You said about the seating.
I can, go ahead. I'm not sure. I'll need to check with our folks to see if that's something that could be done automatically. However, usually once they're approved and they're seated, I don't think the training officers see much more after that process. Mm-hmm. Right. Sure. Yeah, let me check with our IT folks to see if there's something they can do that's automatic. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a email that comes from the regions, and it has a list of everything they have to do with instructions on how to log into the campus. It's there. It's already there. Yeah. He's asking for it. Right.
Yeah.
Sure. Absolutely. All right, yeah, I'll look into that. Be sure to get back.
Okay, any further questions from Difford? Pat, Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, anybody from emergency management? DNR? Anybody hear from me? Fire chiefs, Maryland chiefs. Anybody want to report from Maryland chiefs today? Bob, you want to report from Maryland chiefs? JJ, JJ's not here, is it?
Jay?
Is JJ here? I don't think you're it.
I think I'm there. I think it's horribly good.
Hard about it. Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, while we got a break, I'd like to also introduce past President Dave Keller has come in 2014, 2015. Welcome, past President.
Okay. You want Harv to do it? You don't have to sit in that chair if you want. You can just.
I would prefer to sit here than there. From the fire chiefs, yes, thank you. I was not aware that JJ wasn't going to be here. It must have been a last minute thing, but I will say hi on behalf of JJ. As far as the association right now, we are looking forward, of course, with the change up this year with the NFFF. We had to change some of our schedules up. We have a golf tournament coming up September the 28th for all you golfers. I see one of our golfers over there that he took a few swings to get on the green last year. Yep. Had a good roll, though. I mean, went downhill like 150 feet.
I was going to say.
But we do have a golf tournament coming up. It's at Oak Creek, September the 28th. And, of course, we've got our study coming up the second weekend in December. I believe it's not going to be at it was at Clarion last year. It's been changed. Be more information coming out on that. Other than that, I was unprepared to give a report today. Any questions on my no report?
Thank you, Chief. Okay, we're going to move right along. Administrative branch, let's start with the Constitution and bylaws. Harv, now we're going to get you up here. One way or the other, Eddie, going to get you up here. Is Dave Lewis here? Okay, let's see if anybody wants to do grants. Who else? And Sergeant Arms after that. Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee does not have a formal report today. We have not been able to meet during the summer due to schedule conflicts. We expect to get together in late September, early October, and see where we're going to go for the next year. There are a few things I believe we'll probably need touching up a little bit. I don't want to say typos, but a couple of things that don't exactly match. We'll dig that out, lay it out for the committee in the future meeting so we can get it corrected. Other than that, have no new submissions for anything. Things are quiet.
Any questions for the Constitution bylaws committee? Okay, thank you, sir. Is there, Dave's not here for grants. Is there anybody else can report for grants at this time? Kate?
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone that if you have not reached out to your local representatives to ask them to please sponsor and push for this passage of the SAFER and AFG grants, please make that a priority. There have been cuts that have been proposed, and at this time, it still has not gone through. So we really need to be able to obviously continue the push for the passage, not only of the grants themselves, but to keep them at the financial levels that they were at prior, and also for just to make sure that they're aware that this is such a vital program for all of the volunteer stations between SAFER and AFG, and I know that was part of Dave's push at Cumberland Valley. So
Very good. Any questions for the executive director regarding grants?
I have a question, just a comment. Recently at Wycomico County's meeting, Senator Van Hollen had some representatives down there that hand out a lot of good information about the grants that are available to the volunteers. So again, it may be some associations, county might want to reach out to his office and offer them an invitation to attend your meeting and again explain some of the process and some of the things that his office can do in support of your application.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant Arms, Laura? It's quiet. I see the sign. Okay. Joe, do we jump to VCAS so the people could leave if they so desire? But we're at our luncheon, but I can go ahead and get some of this done before lunch. Lunch will be approximately 12 o'clock. And we have a little time, so that way it will allow them to move a little early if they so desire. Okay, we will be doing the VCAF report. We'll be doing VCAF, giving a courtesy to the people that come here. We greatly appreciate it, and give them a courtesy of getting early.
Good morning. I have one application today, and it's for Taylor's Island. Taylor's Island is in Dorchester County, as most of you know. Is in Dorchester County, as most of you know. They're here today to replace a fire engine that was an American LaFrance, 1999 vintage, so it's 25 years old. They have done an excellent job of researching the marketplace for something that is suitable for them. The bid price was $459,990. They're putting up $118,748. The amount of the loan was $356,242. Because of where they are and their financial restrictions of earning money, VCAP decided to allow them the 20-year payback period instead of negotiating, which we normally do. So at our meeting held Tuesday, the 13th of August, was unanimously approved by the VCAP committee to lend them the amount they requested for a 20-year payback. Any questions? By the way, for the record, I'll give you your name and title, please.
My name's Anna Rose-Nickel, Vice President of Fire Department.
You just pull it.
Okay.
There you go.
My name's Anna Gross-Nickel, the Vice President of Taylor's Island Fire Department.
My name is Will Bethea. I'm the chief.
And thank you also very much for coming up today. Okay, questions? Bob?
I would make a motion that we approve this.
Okay, Mr. Phillips made the motion, seconded by Randy. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it, motion carries. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Now I'm on this side, sir.
Go ahead, Bob.
Everybody here, we have a meeting tomorrow, but they've got quite a debt they've just taken on. They have a fundraiser tomorrow. They have a boat docking contest. It's been going on for several years, and I'm sure most everybody in this room will not be able to go down there, but I'm sure they would accept donations on the way out the door.
Absolutely. Thank you, Bob.
I have one other thing I want to thank Barb Nippenberg from, she lives in Frostburg, and our rep for Allegheny and Garrett County. She's worked very hard with Northern Garrett Company to get their issues resolved. And I do know the dues have been paid, and their one back payment on their building was paid. The one was due in January. I haven't been able to catch up with Scott to see if the one that was due in July has been paid yet. But she's been on top of it. I just want to let you all know and thank her very much for all the work she has done to stay on top of that issue. And once Scott gets the new accounting system that they have purchased, we'll get an update as to how much money is left in the land. I believe it's in the neighborhood of $5.5 million. Not much more than that, but they change vendors or whatever, and it's all messed up. It doesn't give them what they want. Because they bought the cheapest low bid process that they could, and it's incompatible with what they have.
Tax dollars at work.
So,
Yep.
But anyway, I know the president's aware of that, but they're working, Scott's working to try to get that.
Very good, Joe. Good.
Joe, the loan that we just approved, what are they looking at as far as how many years? Just, no,
Yeah.
not the payback.
And I actually we received that piece of apparatus. Yeah. What's that? Okay. Well, and the reason for that being is we're looking at years out on apparatus. We're looking at probably a minimum of 2 for an engine and probably longer for ladder trucks and stuff like that. So I guess and I'm sure you guys are on top of this. I just don't want to see us at a point down the road. We have $8 million or $10 million in the fund that Scott's telling. And somebody in Annapolis will look and say, well, you've got $10 million. Well, when you actually sit down and look at it, you might only have $4 million. Because the money's already allotted to loans that are going to be 2, 3, 4 years out. And I guess in that process of letting us know here where we're at with that, so that I just don't want to see Bob sitting in Annapolis trying to justify that we don't have $10 million.
To clarify, good question, because in the report that Scott sends out, the chair gets, the president gets, there are 2 lines. One, the bottom line is funds available to be lent. And that is what we have committed, subtracted from the balance available, gives us the amount we can lend. So we're always, that's why when I say we have $5.5 million, that's what we have to lend versus what, because, and I did clarify this with Scott Gordon a couple months ago, that other line that may say 12 or $13 million, we still get interest on the amount of money that's there until it is actually a check is written and given to the company. And while we're talking about that, Sellersville will settle the 911 for their engine. Got that word this morning. So, but you're right, because funds are becoming tighter and tighter, and apparatus is more expensive and longer delay time.
Yeah, and I just don't want to see us with an astronomical number there, and people in Annapolis look at it and say, well, we don't need to increase that fund because they're setting on 10 million, when actually they may only be setting on 4 million. And that's what I'm saying. As long as that mechanism's already in place, which I was almost positive it was, but I just wanted to clarify it so that he has the information, we have the information, et cetera, et cetera.
We have it, and I know, go ahead.
Tim, that was one of the things I've asked the committee to take a look at, because there's $30 million that's the cap there that we have currently right now. And as those monies are expended, you know, that gets drawn down. And depending on the life of the loan, it doesn't come back up at a high rate. So that's certainly one of the things that I've asked the legislative committee to look at. We're going to go to Annapolis and ask them to increase that fund. What should that number be? $5 million or $10 million, so that we still have monies available at the bottom side so that we can lend out. Because I've asked the VCAP committee to certainly, most of the money has been going to apparatus, and you're right, it takes almost 2 years to have a large piece of apparatus built or order one by the time you order it. It's about 1 year to 2 years, depending on what piece of apparatus you're getting. So, but we also have to take into account the fire stations that people are putting the apparatus in. We can't have that falling down around us, even though the primary has been going to apparatus. We have to look at other avenues to be able to spend money to have people upgrade their stations. So it's good to bring a brand new piece of equipment, but if the walls are going to cave in around it, or you can't keep the lights on or something like that, we got issues. I mean, nobody's in that paradigm, but even to switch from solar or alternative energy sources, we gotta be able to have monies available to do that. So, and I've asked the committee to take a look at that.
And that's, I guess, a follow-up to what I was gonna say is, we need to be able to get that fund back to that 30 million cap. But we need to allow you guys, give you the funds to do your job. That's the whole bottom. And honestly, Tim, and we had an extensive conversation the other week, with the president. Right now, excuse me, we do not have sufficient funds to do a whole lot of things that we'd like to do. And I know stations that need to be, roofs have to be repaired. And the other issue I brought up was some of the jurisdictions have extra COVID money. They don't know what they're going to use it for. There's no reason that a fire company cannot go to their local legislator or councilman, assembly person, or whomever, and say, hey, we are looking at replacing I'll just say the roof on the building because it gets leaking. And we need $45,000 to repair the roof. Maybe it's there. Maybe part of it's there. We don't know that. You don't know until you ask, because I know there's a couple of companies, we've referred them to do that to their local legislators, and they've got money to replace their well and bathroom and plumbing system and their fire. So I know it can be done. It's just that you got to have the right avenue, the door to open to get into some of these companies or jurisdictions that are just sitting on money.
And we have to look at the finances of the departments, that if they have monies available, I get it, you may not want to spend it, but sometimes you're going to have to spend some of your money that that could go to other entities that are in serious need. And we're going to have to prioritize that, and the BCAP does a very good job of looking at that. I know we do that when we look at 50/50 grants for monitors and defibrillators to see who has their critical needs. So if you're on having financial hardships, that's one thing that you probably move to the top of the list. But if you're just sitting on your bankroll because you don't want to spend it, then that's probably not a good option. So.
Right, and also our application period is now open. It's been open since August 1, and will be open until around the end of October. So we'll have time in November to get ready for December. Any other questions?
Any other question? Anybody else?
One question.
Go ahead.
As I said, they're looking at maybe 2 years to get a piece of equipment delivered. Does that mean that a 20-year payback is now a 22-year payback?
The payback doesn't start until settlement, until the day the promissory note is written and we're given the check. That's when the payback period starts.
Okay, so then the money is encumbered then for an additional 2 years.
We encumbered the money, but we do gain interest on the encumbered money, because it doesn't come out of our account.
But again, it throws another wrench in the mix, as Tim brought up earlier, that now basically the money won't be able to be touched for 22 years instead of 20 years.
Public Works approves the money, it's encumbered. And companies need to know that, so when they sign the contract with Pierce or whomever they're buying a piece of apparatus from, that the funds are there. That's the security. Even though they may not get the piece for 24 to 36 months. But all jurisdictions are facing. That's payback. It doesn't start until okay. Any other questions? Glad to answer.
Joe, anybody else want to speak on your committee? Any other members want to speak? Yeah, anybody? Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Joe. And thank you, committee, for the hard work. Thank you very much. Steve, anybody? Is Ron going to be here tomorrow? Is Ron going to be here tomorrow? Do you want to go with it now? We got a half hour. Okay, we're going to move into the finance branch. Yes, President Cox. Treasurer, if you'll start off.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry that Ron could not be here, but There's some things going on that we needed to take care of. Everyone should have received a copy of the financial reports in their packet. Are there any questions or concerns in reference to the reports? Seeing, okay, good. All counts have been reconciled as of 31 of July. The 23-24 budget has been loaded into QuickBooks. 22-23 financial review scope of work has been established with Fike, Connor and Associates, located in Vale. It's a CPA firm that reviews our financial records and et cetera, and files the appropriate tax documents each year. In the process of transmitting the appropriations and relief financial records for last year, fiscal year, to MEMA, and as required by the Maryland legislature. So that's being taken care of. A request was made to MEMA requesting our funding approved in the state budget for appropriations and relief this fiscal year. Payment should be forthcoming with that in the very near future. The MSFA charitable status registration has been filed with the Secretary of State's office. Working with the executive director and the SAFER teams to review the grant budget and to determine if any budget modifications will be needed at this point in the grant process. Pretty much takes care of the treasurer side of the financial reporting. Are there any questions at this point?
Any questions for the Assistant Treasurer? Hearing none.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob.
Financial Secretary.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, going to back up and go over the 2023 dues. I still have 2 jurisdictions that have not paid their associate dues. I'm working with Buddy in reference to the Montgomery County Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association. We've talked, so we're working on that. The other one is the Prince George's County Fire and EMS Department. Have not heard anything, received nothing from them whatsoever. So they have not paid their dues for this current year. So I'm going to still keep working on them, and we'll, we hate to kick out their membership, but so this time around, if I still don't have it at the end of the year, we'll try again, and we're double billing for 100 hours next year. One issue I do have is for some reason, I'm receiving checks, which is a good thing. The trouble is there's nothing on that check in the memo line, or that little attachment. It comes to the second page. It comes with the check to tell me what it's for. I've gotten 3 checks over the last 3 months. I've had to go dig and find out what the checks are for. I did find out today one of them was for raffle tickets. Of course, I didn't get any stuff, so I couldn't tell what it was for. We have another one here in Frederick County. Bobby is working on that one to figure out what that one's for. That was for $200, but it wasn't dues because they had paid their dues back in January. So we're still trying to find that out. What I'm asking is, please, when you write a check, put it in the memo line what it's for, and then we can go from there. Bobby Aaron, the Assistant Financial Secretary, has been working on the inventory. She does have it up to date, and she is working with a complete review of items that was purchased for this past convention, so she can get that up to date. So the inventory is pretty well up to date. That's my report.
Any questions for the Financial Secretary? Thank you, Mitch. Vice President Cox.
Rounding off with the budget, we presented the budget in Ocean City. It was approved. You also gave us the authority to work within the bottom line, which we are doing. We talked a little bit earlier about the computer and the computer for trustees and all. I just talked with the trustees that we do have the money, and I'm going to be instructing the data chair to buy 3 computers, one for the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary, so that that will help them. One of the other discussions we had, and I know Mr. Joel, sitting in your position last year, I was frustrated numerous times with the microphones and everything. So did ask Chris to come up with what he needed. He did submit a quote for equipment that will upgrade our system as well as other things, $12,094.83. That is within the budget that was approved, and they are approved to do that. The budget committee, wanted to make that notification to the executive committee because we've talked about it numerous times. We're moving on it, and Chris is going to be getting that equipment.
So this is within the approved budget, so no other action is necessary.
No actions required.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Tim.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Are we to the point where we need somebody to take care of our IT issues on a part-time basis or something to where this all can be done?
I am going to divert that to the president because that's not within the budget committee's.
Do we have the funds to do that first?
We do have funds.
Okay, all right. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, are we to the point where we need somebody to help us out?
The short answer is yes.
All right.
Because we're wrestling with this issue about getting things loaded in a timely fashion, and no disrespect to the folks that are currently doing it right now. It kind of puts us behind. Even as we're trying to, it even goes back to building up the website. Some of the information is delayed in getting there. So the short answer is yes. I'd like to be able to find someone that can do that in a more timely fashion that would help us get there. As long as we have the budgetary constraints to do that, I am certainly open to looking at other options.
All right. I guess to follow up with that, I'll put our assistant secretary. Is Stephen capable of doing that? Is that within his wheelhouse?
No, it would depend on the scope. I think the website needs to be handled. I've expressed interest in how he's handled the website for many months just because of how delayed things are to get uploaded. The problem there is that Stephen is capable of helping with things of that nature. I think that's failed to do anything on the game. So there's always going to be a disconnect between us, the website, and getting action. Also, look out this right today, and we also think website again, things like that are going to take time, and it takes that it is.
So I guess, unfortunately, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, my question has generated two concerns.
Well, first of all, let Kate.
Yeah, I was going to try to
let her go first, and
I was trying to let everybody speak first. So this is, I was not aware that Stephen has had issues getting First Arrivin to get his training done. I know they did work with him on some things, but to answer your first question, Ron and I, when we went over the SAFER budget 2 weeks ago, we do have an opportunity to do a budget mod to hire, and it was not in my report because we have to go to FEMA first, but for the next 2 years of the grant, we may be able to bring on an IT person specifically for the purpose of working on the back end of the website, making updates. With this new upgrade to the websites that were asked of the team at the leadership summit, because the website is a little bit cumbersome right now. There's been a lot of stuff added over the last 5 years. It needs a refresh, blah, blah, blah. So we need to get the website updated first, which is a first priority. And that's what I've made clear to our vendor, that it's a first priority to get the website updated. Once it's updated, then they will be charged with training Stephen, as well as if we are able to hire that part-time person, that's all they're going to do. Basic updates, IT, back-end issues, all those types of things. And at least for 2 years of the SAFER grant, have that person on staff as a contractor. And then if we find that it's working, then we could go to the budget committee and ask for a position going forward funded by the MSFA itself.
Well, I guess I'm back to.
Well, we're looking at a couple things too, Tim.
We've got two issues.
We're looking at hardware and we're looking at everything. Yeah, exactly.
We'll say, we need to address through the grant to get that stuff done. That's not an issue there. But I'm saying with their issue and other issues, are we to the point where we need someone, part-time person or whatever, to do this, to keep us up to date so that the trustees, whatever group, this committee does not have this issue moving
Desperately. We desperately need a person not full-time at this point, but yes, part-time as a staffer.
Well-
Whether it's paid for by the SAFER grant for the first 2 years, and then we find it doesn't matter if we have the money, we have the money, but yes, it's definitely needed. And Jonathan, I'm sure with
Well,
everything
I
that
think
we
we-
try to update, it needs to be.
I'm only afraid with listening to what I'm hearing, that for right now, at least for the first 2 years, we don't go ahead and hire someone to do the stuff we need done now. But we also need to hire someone part-time to do the other needs. We can decide in 2 years whether we encompass those two jobs together or whatever. But I think we've got two issues. We need to address those. We need to address those now. All right, I will. Yes.
You want to say something first, Mr. President?
No, and you're right. We're looking at two different things. One is hardware. You have to look at them separately because we've asked to have computers purchased several months ago. That hasn't happened. So if they're old, we're not using them. Then maybe we need to look at what we're gonna do with them. If MSFA can't use them, then we ought to be looking at schools or something that we can donate them to, or someone some civic organization or somewhere else. But if that's even possible, but I'll leave that up to those folks. But so that should be a short fix, purchasing the computers, because they've been directed to do that a long time ago. So, but the IT issues, we need to have more than just one person doing the input and have them trained to do that. So, and if we have to hire someone and it's within our budgetary constraints, I'm willing to do that. I think probably you need to look at it in two separate motions and not just one, just so that you got clarity to do that. And if we have members that have that IT background, that we can garner them at no cost, that we could give them access to, that might even be more advantageous, because I know we have some college kids or students that somebody knows about that knows how to do that stuff on the back end. That person is not me, I can tell you that. But so however you get there, Mr. Chairman, I'm able to move forward.
Okay, Mr. Dayton.
I think Kate's kind of addressed the one issue. We're asking SAFER if we can reallocate funds to hire an IT person to take care of that, correct? Okay, so we that part should be, at this point, I don't think we should act on that, because they're looking to.
We gotta let that work.
We've got
get that
to
going.
have it there to fund that. So I guess that'll take care of one issue. I guess moving forward, then my motion would be that we advertise a part-time IT person to address our issues and help us out moving forward.
Motion to advertise for a part-time IT person. And the second is Dale Fishhat. Okay. Discussion. We had a budget. The budget's okay. Go ahead, President.
Can I make a suggestion? That maybe they amend the motion that we advertise for it, and that the budget committee identify funds to pay for it.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, the motion, amendment, okay. The motion will read that we direct the budget committee to identify funds to hire a part-time IT person. Is that the verbiage satisfactory?
Not us hire them, but
No, identify funds.
Yeah.
You're hiring them.
budget-
Identify the
budget
funds.
committee
Correct.
Identify the
Identify the funds.
but
Correct.
We're not going to hire them.
No, identify the funds to hire it. No, Gene, get right in there. Okay, so the motion will be to direct the budget committee to identify the funds so that the MSFA can hire a part-time IT person. There is a second for the discussion.
So let me just get this clear for the motion. So are we saying that we want to find money from Safer initially to pay for that? No. Well, I know that's not part of the motion, but that's the question for me.
So Safer is just going to be for content upgrades, like just to be able to go in and update a committee page, that type of thing. So kind of some of the stuff that Steven's been taught to do, but not in a full capacity, because that really was not, I didn't want to add more stuff to his because he's doing all the marketing and the social media campaign.
So we're not amending Safer at all to find money for someone for IT.
No, we're working as a budget for a budget mod for that, but that's
my question.
yes.
So what my fear would be that is then Safer is modified to find money for an IT person. The budget committee finds money to pay for this IT person, and then you're going to have an issue of two streams of money coming in two different positions. So that's my concern. So my question would be, before we vote on the motion, would be, are we saying that the budget committee is going to find money to hire an IT person and then work with Safer as far as reimbursement for that position, or are we hiring a second person?
So from what I understand, it would be two people. One would be the tech person that would handle, computers and the hardware and the software and all that kind of stuff. And the person through Safer would strictly be for content and updates for pages not software, but just content.
Yeah. Bobby?
Because I wasn't aware that this was an issue, so we were already working on the content person, but if the MSFA itself is asking for funding for an IT person, that's completely different than what we're going to be looking for Safer.
But
Go ahead, let Mr. Jacobs speak.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman.
Who's calling? Wait, I got
whoever. Okay. My question, observation, quick. This is open. I mean, this is like off in the blue. We've got no job description. We've got no, what do we want for an IT person? We don't have any funds that we're going to pay an IT person. We don't know how many IT persons we're going to need, and so on like that. I think before you can really vote to say, let's do this, we've got to know what we want to do.
Right at this point, we're just identifying money. We haven't taken the next step.
Right, there's so many things. So why don't we look at establishing at least a subgroup or a committee to put together exactly what you need, what needs to be done, how you're going to be able to put it together and pay for it, and then put it out. You can do that. You can make a conference call or whatever at a later time to actually put your vote on this, but you need to have this thing put in writing. I mean, we just can't throw it out in the open.
Totally agree. Like I say, the motion right now is just identify funds. Bobby, go ahead.
Okay, then riding on what Charlie just said, maybe it would be better to bring a consultant and have him review exactly what we're trying or attempting to do before we get into the process of hiring someone. So we can kind of fold that and dovetail it in to what we do. Just an idea.
Okay. At this point, the motion is to identify funds, not to hire, to identify funds so that the MSFA could hire an IT person, correct?
So
we're not hiring yet.
To identify funds for the hiring of an IT person.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think that needs to happen first before we even get into what Charlie's talking
Yeah.
about, which obviously absolutely needs to happen because we need to find out the parameters. But I think before we have to identify if we're even going to have funding to do
Do
it.
we have money? That's the first
So
point.
if we do that first, then we can get into the hows and the
And
whys.
quite honestly, IT person is pretty ambiguous. It could be just a consultant. I don't know. So that's ambiguous enough that it doesn't say who, what, when, where, and how. But let's find out, do we have money? Then we can take the next step from there. Sounds satisfactory?
And just for the record, there is a job description for the safer position, but of course, because our budget mod hasn't been done yet, which we don't feel that there'll be an issue with the budget mod because it's not a significant transfer of funding, but that's already been created for the safer side. So, but if we need to tie it in together, if we're going to skip that altogether and just hire one person to do all, I'm fine with that too, but it would have to be, I'm fine with whatever the group decides because I
Okay.
just want to know before we put all the effort into hiring someone through safer, if we're going to just have one person to do all,
Right.
which I think that's where you're going with it.
Well-
why hire two people if we can do
yeah,
it? Well,
Go ahead, sir.
my question would be, I think the first thing that has to happen is we need to look at the job description. I mean, we don't need someone to manage that equipment. We're really talking about hiring an IT person to basically just manage laptops at this point, which isn't a part-time position because the IT person hired through Safer will do everything with the website and content and things of that nature. So the person if we hire an IT individual to manage the IT stuff, we're really just hiring a glorified laptop consultant at that point because talking to Chris, that stuff can be managed by him as long as he gets the new equipment that's already been approved. So what would this IT person actually be doing on a part-time basis besides buying new laptops and giving them to people that need them? That's really all that they would do at that point because all of the website management and content and updating would be taken care of by the person that's hired through Safer. So I get the point that's being discussed, but the question is, on a realistic basis, what will they be doing? Yeah.
Right. Okay, so situation is we have a motion on the floor to direct the budget committee to identify funding for the hiring of an IT person. That is the motion. Not in the motion is the IT for the grant. That is separate and distinct, so that is not a part of the motion. The motion does not say what specifically the IT person is. It's at this point to identify money. Is that correct? Okay. Steve, that pretty much how we understand? You understand what we're doing with respect to the budget?
That's our understanding.
That's the direction. Okay. Does everybody understand what the motion is? Is ready? Mr. Phillips.
I don't think it could get much more confusing sitting here.
Oh, you haven't tried. Oh, BJ will.
Okay, well, my point's going to be, my question's going to be this. You said, is there a question? The question's this. Do we need a motion to ask the budget committee to identify funds? Do we really need a motion for that?
No.
No, we don't.
haven't.
We, as this executive committee, say, budget committee, you said that you can identify funds. Please report back to us with what kind of funds are available. That's pretty simple. I think the more important thing, and Jonathan brought it up, and I think two or three others, we need to identify what we need first. Just identifying the fact that there's funds there, that's pretty simple. Mr. Chairman, are there any funds there you might be able to identify that could be used for this?
I was just gonna ask for the opportunity for clarification. If you listen before this conversation started, I said we had money.
To purchase computers.
Well, I also said we had money. Let me go back to last year when the budget committee came forward with a supplemental budget to the executive committee of $300,000 that we said was excess that we needed to spend. The bottom line is we have money.
Okay.
Can't say it any plainer.
So, Mr. Chairman, number one, we don't need a motion. He's already said we have money. Our problem is, what are we going to spend it on? It's not the fact that we need the money. We all agree we need a person to do this.
I think we need to get past that point because it's already been established. And Kate has put out, we've got this and this to do. We got A and B. Jonathan said, well, which one are we going to do? Because it looks like they could both be done by one person or two separate people. I think there's where the conversation needs to be. And I think the motion's not needed. But that's the way it is from my point.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Okay, he's agreed to withdraw the motion, is agreeable to the second. We have withdrawn the motion. The committee has identified we have money. We have taken care of that issue. We have an individual, we have money to address the IT and the website. Now the question is laptop computers. That's basically the whole question of maintaining our hardware.
Not necessarily. I mean, it's not just that. It's these guys had an issue with data.
And that's part of that, correct. Maintaining our hardware. That's exactly where the issue is.
So it's not just laptops.
No, it's what goes in them. I mean, when I say laptops, I ain't talking about that one thing. But what goes in it, correct. The maintaining of the laptops and the data systems.
It's everything that goes along with that issue. Why? It's just frustrating to see that we've got to that point.
How do we want to identify the need? That's the question. We got to identify our need and then move forward.
Why don't
Go
we
ahead,
do
Mr.
this,
President.
Mr. Chairman? So, in the interest of time here, and keep it from going around in circles here, why don't I establish a task force and have them speak with our budget committee? We already know we have money. Let's get our IT folks together and figure out exactly what we need. Kate's already identified what we need on the back end for the website. That is crucial of what we need to do. The messaging that we do, with folks coming to our website, and the fact that we can't get stuff uploaded in a timely fashion, that is hurting us. And we need to fix that need. So if Ron is allocating monies, that takes that off the table to me a little bit, because we can have that person for 2 years. We just need to identify what it is that person needs to do. And,
President, okay. President.
And as far as the hardware, with Chris and they tell us what we need to purchase for hardware.
Okay.
We've been doing this in bits and pieces over the last two years. We took care of 17 State Circle. We asked what that need was. We addressed it. They got it up and running. The fact that we don't have a handful of laptops that we have asked to be purchased a couple months ago, and they're still not here because folks didn't want to do what they do. If we need to change someone out or replace somebody, I'm willing to do that. So, and that way we don't have to keep going back through this. So, two separate issues.
Yep. Okay. Are we comfortable with the president's suggestion and not a motion? Kate, you have anything further?
With all due respect, I don't feel like we need a quote unquote task force. And Jonathan was basically saying, I think between myself, the budget chair, Jonathan and Stephen to identify the needs behind the website and everything else, we'll come up with something within the next couple of weeks about the type of person we need to handle all of the issues, whether it's hardware or whatever. We'll get with the IT data systems people now and figure out how we can make it all work. And between the 3 or 4 of us, we can figure it out, because we'll just end up losing a whole lot of time trying to put together task force. No, I mean,
Why don't I just do this? You three work it out and get us an answer here in a very short time frame. I mean, within the next couple of weeks, and make whatever purchase that we need to do for hardware, and then let us know what we need to do for.
And if the budget chair is saying that we have the money, we don't have to go through the whole budget model.
I'm not worried about the money. We have the money. So I'm not worried about that part.
That's fine.
Let's
Okay.
focus on the other two issues.
Thumbs up.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Mr. President. Any further discussion on this particular issue? Okay.
Mr.
Can
Chairman,
we go ahead?
We could do Ways and Means. That'll finish up the financial branch.
I was going to say either that or we can break real quick and bring Mitch back.
I can be in about
Go ahead, Mitch.
20 seconds.
You got it.
Okay, Ways and Means. The Ocean City Sun Fest will be October 19th to the 22nd.
Sorry, Joan, but that happens to be during your fall conference. No, she didn't listen. Your fall conference is the same date as Sunfest. The executive committee members have all the tickets. I hope you've gotten them all out. If you haven't, please get them out as soon as you can. I've got tickets today if anybody wants more. I have yours I'm going to pass out at lunch. And I believe that is it for Ways and Means.
Very good. Any questions for Mitch? Okay, any further business we need to conduct? Okay, would like to have, ma'am, you want to do that right really quick. Got food waiting for us. Don't want to hold up the food. And Mr. Barnhart, you get ready to pray for us. Yeah, absolutely.
I want to thank everyone for their donation. The winner gets $193. Winning ticket is 344-6175.
6175.
In the back. Oh, Robbie.
Looks like Bobby Black.
Robbie's fine, dude.
Okay. Charlie, you ready? And we know Charlie can do that. Go ahead, Reverend.
That's twice. Twice today. He's got me. Well, you're not going to be in church tomorrow, but I am, and he will forgive me. Let's pause for prayer. Gracious God, we thank you for this morning's session and for a lot of things that we've talked about here and discussed. And we ask you now as we take a break to fellowship one with another and to have lunch. We give you thanks for the food that's been prepared for us. We give thanks for the hands who have prepared it. May it strengthen us in body, mind, and spirit. And we ask this in all your blessings through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Charlie. Stand adjourned until 1 o'clock, about 1:10. Okay, you'd like to call the meeting to order, please? Okay, first up, Legislative Branch, and Mr. Phillips for Legislative Committee.
Yes, sir. Here I am.
10-4.
I know we talked about Chip's crew this morning for the breakfast, but I just want to thank these men and women for helping us sit here this afternoon and for the lunch that they provided. So thank you, Mark. It was all good. So there you go, Chip. Thank you.
And I appreciate it. They've bright and early this morning. It's a combination of the auxiliary and firefighters, so working together. Thank you very much, and I appreciate everything they do to help me all year long and put up with me. All right, Mr. Robert. All yours, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Smothers, First Vice President Carey, Second Vice President Simpson, Chairman Joe, members of the Executive Committee, and members and guests of the MSFA. Our update from the Legislative Committee in Annapolis. I sent it in. I didn't see where it got downloaded. I believe everybody at the table received a copy of it. I'm not going to go over it word for word. What I'm going to tell you is that our session is quickly coming upon us. 1st of August, the Legislative Committee met with the 3 presidents in Annapolis. And from that, we started putting together our legislative agenda. The main things this year are finding funding for the MSOF fund, not only for this year, but also into the future. Finding additional funding for the VCAF fund. We started working on that last year. We're still trying to get our income tax subtraction up to $10,000 at a minimum. And legislation to allow for additional lighting for our fire police vehicles. This is something we've been working on now for 2 years. And support for additional shock trauma funding. This is the main agenda we're going to start with. We've got several other things, but these are going to be what we put the most energy into. Since the 2023 convention,
We've had the MML and the Mako summer conferences. I attended both of those, and I find it to be time well spent speaking with the state and local legislators, and also meeting with the municipal elected officials. We all have common interest, and I think it's time well spent down there. While we were in at the Mako, or actually I'll go back to the convention, Mako has the study through legislation on recruitment and retention for fire and EMS services. That committee actually started off in their first meeting while we were down there. Our executive director is the chairman of the subcommittee for volunteer services, and I think she's also co-chair of the overall committee at this time. And I do sit on that committee more or less just as someone sits in and listens and advises from time to time. While we were at Mako just a couple weeks ago, there was a breakout session having to do with the fire service equipment retention. Chief Coe sat on that committee. Also, Grant Walker, representing the professional firefighters, career firefighters side, and I sat on the committee representing the volunteer fire and EMS side. I'll just skip on down here, going before you all to Jeff. As has been previously reported, we've made arrangements for our next legislative reception. It will be held January the 16th, 2024. It'll be at the Lord Calvert House between 1700 and 1900 hours, just as it was last year. Hopefully we do not have cold food this year. Earlier we were speaking about upgrading IT equipment and whatnot like that. Last year, there was money made available. The office at 17 State Circle. We had updates that we were working on. I can say that everything has been completed. We have all new computers. We have printers at the workstations. The phone system has been updated. We finally have the original phone numbers transferred back to us from the state. So now they are in our name. With the updates, we can now have meetings. We don't have to have cell phones sitting all over the place with people calling in on cell phones and putting them on speakerphone. Everybody, we can get everybody into one meeting at one time. And we have a newer television set that's set up in our front office. We can all sit in there. We got a camera system, so everybody can be seen and heard at the same time. With that said, I would like to say this, and that is thank you to Richard Snyder for all of his assistance. Within 1 month, this body approving the money, all the equipment had been purchased and installed in our office. The only thing we got held up on was the phone system. The phone system got installed, third-party vendor, and that was held up because of the phone numbers. We have our original 3 phone numbers, and we also have another extension. I don't have the number right here in front of me, but it ends with MSFA. So now we have one extension ends in 2222, which will be our main phone number, has been for the last, God knows how many years. But our second line will be one that ends in MSFA. All that was taken care of. I would like to say thank you to Ron Sarnicki. He's not here to hear that, but he was very diligent working with our third-party vendor and getting the paperwork with the state, and that was more than just a notion, getting one piece of paper with one number on it so that we could get this all taken care of. With that being said, the last thing I've got for you is it's the beginning of September, and we will start being in the office again on a weekly basis to meet with legislators and working on our next season's agenda or next session's agenda. It used to be a 90-day session. Now it's about 10.5 months. But that's the way the program works. That would be my report to this committee, and I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Chairman Douglas? Hearing none. Thank you, Bob. Robert? State and federal legislative oversight. You vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope my report got out to you all. I see that it was a little earlier than normal. So the federal legislation, the biggest thing I think we need to
talk about out of my report is two items. One is the AFG and SAFER grant. They've cut $22 million out of each one of those programs. Now, the House approved through committee to hold the funding at steady level of $360 million last year or previous year. But the Senate committee, when they brought it to the floor and had cut this much money out, it hasn't been voted on. We had a good chance to talk to Senator Van Hollen. He made that presentation for Berlin getting the AFG grant money for SCBAs. And that was the first time when we were talking to him that he had heard about the appropriations in the Senate being cut $22 million. So he had his staff with me. I was having to be back over and make sure to see what was going on and why that was done. And we encouraged him to put it back. And he understood why, because he was there giving that money for the AFG. What we need is to have everybody in your district to contact the two senators and get them to get on their bill and get it back, because we all know how much money the state of Vermont has gotten through the AFG programs. So that's one area we need to contact them. The other one is, again, in our discussions, we had, I guess, a place with the senator himself to talk about this. And we told him we was going to support his bill and get him to get sponsors for this. It's Senate Bill 79977, which is the fire station construction grant program. And it's $750 million for that program. And as you heard Vice President Perry say earlier, we were in Berlin and the fire station there, sleep-ins and everything, no sprinklers. And that was the President's mother brought that up in his comments. And we see that all over the place. And I know right now that the service going from all volunteer to combination, there are more departments in our state's going to need to use this because of sleeping quarters and all that. Many of our cities probably have a lot of old problems that we don't know about, no air conditioning, stuff like that. So what we need to do is get out and get our representatives to co-sponsor the House bill, which is 1814, and get them to sign on the House bill. Congressman herself of New Jersey submitted the same bill in the House. So both the language is pretty much the same. We only have one of our representatives in the South of the state that has signed on to that. That's a representative in District 6. So we don't, if nothing else, need to get on them. And if you go to the NVFC's action page on their website, they already have a letter written out. All you can do is submit all your information, and it'll go right to them. I worked that out right after I found out it. We got back from Cumberland Valley. And within 12 hours, I had a response from my representative and from Van Hollen about working on the bill. So those two bills we need to get them together. Also, on the AFG bill, we've got to make sure that it passes the House and the Senate to extend that, because the sunset of that bill runs out next year. So in the bill language has that increasing to 2030. So we need to talk to our representative. And the big thing is to get bipartisan. We need to get both parties trying to get the same number. I think even in the Senate there's only 11 or 12 people signing it right now. Both of ours are, so not much we can do. You have neighbors or friends that live in some of our neighboring states around, try to get them encouraged to talk to their representative senators to get them to sign. 32 big things right now. And they come back in Then it probably comes back to work after Labor Day. And the big thing, I guess, there will be funding for keeping the government running because they're continuing the resolution right now. And that runs out the end of September. So that'll take up most of their time. Back to the fire grant. Took me a while to find out the language and where they got that money, but that was in the Homeland Security Appropriations Act of 24, Senate Bill 2625 is where that language is. It's on line like 16, which is page 16, item 6 under activities for federal emergency management. Not only cutting our AFG, but cutting the U.S. Fire Administration also. Yeah. So those are the big things in federal legislation.
When you say they're cutting U.S. Fire Administration, are they cutting funds or are they eliminating it? I know there has been an elimination of it in some of the legislation passed.
They're cutting funds in that. That's not in the same paragraph. Like I say, it took me a while to find it.
I know in the past there's been questions about fire academy funding itself. Okay.
Yeah, that's what the funding is. They're not cutting them, they're reducing their funding like they did. But I think the big thing is in conversation, being able to attend the meeting with two presidents, we had a good chance to spend that time. He understands. He understands. Taking notes. Supposed to be back to this.
Any questions regarding the federal legislation? Okay, Bob, Iowa State Coordinator right here.
Yeah. The August 2nd to the 4th next year, 24, will be the Cumberland Valley Convention. I'm sorry, let me back up. August 2nd to the 4th of this year, we were out there for the Cumberland Valley Convention. The President Council was held on the 4th, and the 5 states were there. We also had representatives from New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Had a seminar, but nobody from their association. They had representatives from other organizations, institutes. I think President Smothers did a great job, along with the 2 vice presidents and Kate, and talking about our association, and how we're working with our partners. And thanks for getting all our partners there. We had a good showing to get from all our partners. That was most of my report. And then at election, of course, I think Skip mentioned that Eric may mention that past president of our organization, Dave Lewis, is now president of the Cumberland Valley Association. He said some game plans. Our next booster meeting will be in Oregon on October 14th and 15th. Invite anybody around and attend. And one of his agenda items is also looking at the association. He's going to put a work group together. I think make that happen. The dates of the next year's convention for Cumberland Valley is July 31 to August 3rd, and for having their conventions. And President Smothers was in West Virginia. They're the only 2, well, not the only 2. They give him a location, but they don't have a place or time. It'll be hosted by Boone and Lincoln County, which is sort of in the southwestern part of West Virginia. And we had At the same time, West Virginia, New York, for Pasney's convention, Dave Lewis was there with Gene Worthington, both past presidents representing our organization, and your out-of-state coordinating committee. And next year, their convention will be back in Niagara Falls next year, and the date of that one is August the 8th through the 10th. So, and we'll be headed to Delaware next month. We've got about 20 representatives going to their luncheon and memorial service on Friday.
Very good. Thank you. Bob, any questions for either reports Bob gave?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, let's go with fire laws. Mark? Okay, that's a good one. Past President Frank, anything on 17 State Circle that Bob Phillips didn't talk about? Very good. Got that one out of the way. Okay. Special Name Committee, Teresa's not here. She'll be here tomorrow. So we have that on the agenda for old business anyway. So we'll move out to tomorrow. So Mr. Phillips, I believe your division's complete.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, EMS branch, Vice President Charlie Simpson. EMS Emergency Medical Services, Rick Udell. He's not here.
Mr. Chairman, the chairman of that UDL had, I thought he had made arrangements with you for tomorrow, but he will be here tomorrow.
You're right. That's tomorrow. You want to do the rest of them today, Charlie? So we'll move the whole thing tomorrow? Okay. We'll move the whole division tomorrow. Okay. EMS will be moved to tomorrow. Okay. Trading and Safety Branch. I know Gary is not here. The new chairman is Gary Critchbaum from Middletown, Frederick County. And stand by. He was unable to make it today. He's waiting for responses from other state systems, other states surrounding regarding their cadet capabilities and such with the 16-year-old issue. Also working with the Maryland Chiefs and Eastern Division of IFC for a possible joint training class in November. Gary will be the new training committee chair, and we'll be working with him to hopefully move forward again this year on more. MICRB, is there any report other than what we had this morning from MIFRI? Mark, are you aware of anything on MICRB other than what MIFRI reported? Very good. Bob, MIFRI Tech?
We meet in Ocean City at the convention once a year. Mike Robertson's chairman of that, and I'll just say there's a representative from every county there, and we just have to thank Bob Rose at the MIFRI office. He's the one that does the work all year and makes the certifications, and things are still going very well. We generated enough money that they had the crab feast again this year, and that's a real advantage of being a member of that committee. So I'm secretary to it, and I haven't completed the minutes yet from last year, but I have a whole year to do them because we don't only meet once a year. So that concludes. If anybody has any questions on MSF-PQB, I'd be happy to write them down and try to get you an answer. Or like the state police, I'll just make up an answer.
Are you also going to do MIFRI Tech this year, Bob or Dan? I'm sorry.
I can,
okay,
or get you somebody to do it.
Okay, I'll check with the president and see how we're on that. I had Bob downstairs, so we'll work on that.
Okay, yeah, I'd be willing to do it, but I don't have a report today.
Okay, what about high school tech program?
Yes, sir, I have a report on that.
That's good.
Of course, the students are going back now, and the coordinators are busy getting the number of people in that they want and or that they have, and try to recruit more. So the 2023-24 school year is underway in a lot of counties, or about to get underway. So that makes our coordinators busy at that time. I plan to survey the ones that I have, and I'll get to that in a minute, and get the number of students and some of the details about their program, because one of the things about the high school tech program is that it's every county is different, and that's probably one of the strengths of the program. You can tailor those programs to what you need in your county. That brings us to the problem. We're trying to contact the coordinators in each county to help Kate with the program she talked about, where we can get some fire grant funding for those people for transportation and the brochures that Kate has sort of gathered together. And there's no reason that every county in the state shouldn't be using some form of that advertising to recruit students, because I don't think any county has a complete 25 students, which is what MIFRE's magic number is. They don't want to go over that, but I know in Charles County, when Bobby and I were running the program in Charles, we went over 25 many times, and MIFRE worked with us, and it came out real well. So, but I'd like to make a request to the executive committee members to help us with getting the coordinator. Let us know if you have a program, and then give us coordinator contact information, because it's been very frustrating for me. I've got a list here I brought with me, but the number of counties that I can't get the contact for is very frustrating. So please, executive committee members. Is that me? Is this any better? Okay. It's very frustrating to try to get contact information, and I've had good success in a couple of counties, and Fran Jester in the Upper Shore, he's doing a great job for us, and I know the counties he covers. I've got Southern Maryland covered because I'm a little bit intimate with those folks down there, so we're good there. But the rest of the state is hit and miss, and I appreciate the executive committee members that have given me information. But I do request that you give us a contact if you can, please. It'll be a big help, and it's very frustrating to try to not get answers or not know who to go to. So please help me with that one, so we can stay in contact with these people and track these programs. And also, yeah, I think it's trying to tell me to shut up. So, and the final thing is, we're monitoring that the 16, 17-year-old interior firefighting issue. It will impact not only the Maryland Fire Service, but our high school tech program very much so. And if any jurisdiction needs help, let us know. And once again, on that 16, 17-year-old, I was a chief in probably one of the busiest fire companies in Maryland for 23 years, and we never had a problem. What it has to do with the supervision of those folks. And I can remember several times I was riding the seat of the engine. I turned around and looked at the jump seats, and I've got all red helmets back there. And so I knew I had to put a bottle on, because I had to go in if we were going in with them. So the key there, in my opinion, is supervision of those folks. And I think most fire companies do a good job of supervising their younger folks. And you don't hear that many injuries, and there were no deaths reported in that category. So I won't say any more. I'll shut up. And the last thing I'll say is Southern Maryland, our muster is coming up on October 15th from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And if you have an antique apparatus in your company or personally own one, please bring it down to the Southern Maryland Regional Training Center on the 15th of October. It's a Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And I've done some research, having been involved in this workers' comp issue for many years for the MSFA. Just to give you an idea, there's only been 2, thank goodness, line of duty deaths of 16-year-olds in the last 60 years. One was in 1964, one was in 1974. The law, as I could research it, to allow the hazardous occupation of 16 and 17-year-old looks like it was established in 1957. And shortly after the one line of duty death, I can only find a date. I couldn't find the exact wording, but it looks like that's when they added, quote, fire training requirement, because the 2 line of duty deaths, both of the 16-year-olds had only been in the fire service for 4 months. So that's the key to it. There are rural departments. I know our high school right down the road here for years would allow their kids to leave school, 16 and 17-year-olds, once they were trained to run with us. There's still companies that depend on a couple of those people in the daytime. There may still be some high schools that do it. So it's an issue that, quite honestly, has nothing to do with us and has more to do about custodian of a parent. Quite honestly, we're being drawn into something that's not our issue, but some things I think that we can do to address it. And other than, of course, the president hopefully addressing it to the senator on behalf of our association. But I think it would be incumbent upon the executive committee members to make sure in each jurisdiction that they understand that they do have to successfully complete firefighter 1, although the law says fire training. Again, this law was written back before there was a, quote, firefighter 1. And that, and Mike Farlow has left, but some of our companies here have the parent sign off is very specific about what the child can do. So that eliminates that question. They're not just joining a 4-H club, because the concern, of course, from this individual was interior firefighting. But when you get down to it and look at our line of duty deaths nationally, which I'm very appreciative of Victor Stagnero is going to be doing some research on our behalf right now nationally. But volunteer firefighters die in the line of duty some years more in vehicle accidents than fighting fire. And when you look at a 16-year-old, what's probably more hazardous? And I hate to say it. So we allow the EMT, obviously, at 16. Now, there's a question certainly about their legal jurisdiction on signing forms and such, but they are certainly exposed to potential hazards on every ambulance call. So, this is a much broader issue that we allow because the law allows it. It's been more than 50 years in existence. I joined at age 16. Now, the horses were still there, I understand, but they at least let me feed them. But then there's other people in this room that joined at 16. So, we have had a very successful statewide program for 16 and 17-year-olds. And as Chief Stevens indicated, supervision and making sure these individuals are trained is the key to it. The 2 line of duty deaths in firefighting, interior firefighting, that go back to 1964, and only 2, unless, again, I'm going by the memorial website, both of them had 4 months in the fire department. So it's truly a training issue. It's a supervision issue, and hopefully we can address the political ramifications of this by demonstrating that we truly have been on top of it. Things do happen. I mean, God forbid something could happen today, no doubt about it. We cannot stop that. But I think that our companies do a very good job in maintaining the training, the integrity, and the supervision of these individuals. And as Chief Stevens indicated, if this is eliminated, it just about eliminates our program, and it's going to be totally, completely contrary to what MACO is trying to do for recruitment.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You're exactly right. And that's why the high school programs, many of them have firefighter 1 and firefighter 2. Right. So that high school program is doing the training to a lot of the folks that we're putting in the fire service now. And that's why it's, I'm just a great believer in this high school program. And myself and both my sons joined at 16 also. So it's and I find when I was chief, the students or the members that came in at 16, you hooked them, and they were with you for a long time. Yep. So it's not only a recruitment thing, it's a retention thing as well, I think. So the 16-year-olds, I can't tell you how much I believe in us keep that, because we relied heavy on them at Waldorf when I was chief, and I think a lot of companies still do. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Greatly appreciate it.
Jesse,
Mike, where we at? Tim, go ahead.
Are you discussing that issue with the junior fire departments right now, or are you?
Mr. Chairman, let me.
Alex, you want to do it now?
Yeah, I mean, since we're discussing
Yeah,
it,
go
so
ahead.
how this came to us, there was some letters written in reference to a young man just over here in Washington County. It sounds like his parents are going through a divorce. Of course, one says that I can do interior, and the other one doesn't want that to happen. We're not going to get drawn into that, but there was enough questions raised through the fire marshal's office and state senators and delegates that this went all the way to Annapolis, and of course it landed at our doorstep. So I've asked the training committee to take a look and see what the law actually says, and we've done that research and what they can and cannot do, so that we make that clear to everyone across the state. I'm like the rest of you. I started at 16 too. It could be very detrimental to our recruitment efforts. We bring young men and women in, and then we don't give them anything to do. I think it still falls back to the local leadership to make sure that they're properly trained and within the departments that they're assigned to or they've joined up with, and the leadership within the departments. So I've asked them to take this on and to review it and to see what recommendations, if any, MSFA on a statewide basis with training, safety, that we're doing the right thing. That's all I've asked them to do, so that we can get back to our state legislators and the fire marshal with a clear, definitive answer of what they've asked. So we're not trying to eliminate 16-year-olds. I don't need that rumor going out there that we're going to stop folks from riding, although that's what the individual that wrote the letter, if he had his druthers, that's what he would like to happen. That's the way he wrote it. But he also referenced every line of duty death that we've had here in the state of Maryland, which was kind of outside of our scope and inappropriate. You can do the same thing, directing traffic, stepping off a piece of apparatus. We have 16-year-olds that we certify as EMTs that are functioning in the back. And there's limitations there too. I mean, as far as they can do everything a primary EMT can do, except have someone that is under the age of 18 or sign off on a refusal. They got to have someone just that's older than that, hopefully the driver, because they got to at least be 21, sign off on them. So that's their only restriction on that side. So we don't want to restrict folks, but we want to make sure that they're adequately trained, that they've met all the MIFRE requirements, be a firefighter 1 or 2 to do entry, and that their local leadership is following up with them. And we've got enough programs, school programs, community programs that we're training our junior members with, that I'm quite certain that they're meeting what we're asking them to do. So, and I'll leave it go at that. If you have anything else, Mr. Chairman.
Just information, I've had it here. The only 2 line of duty deaths firefighting of 16-year-olds is Anne Arundel County, December of 1976 and September of 1964. There was a 16-year-old EMT killed in Baden back when they had that auto accident in 73 with the engine and ambulance. So out of 278 line of duty deaths in the Maryland Fire Rescue Memorial that go back to 1840, we've had 2 16-year-olds. And like I said, 2's too many without any question, but I think it shows that we have been pretty good. Go ahead, John.
Mr. Chairman, on Drigger's death, Driggers was a member of Ferndale at the time of his death, and after his death, Anne Arundel County required you to have firefighter training in order to ride fire apparatus.
Right. Yep. And it looks like that's when the state law passed too, or shortly thereafter. Yep. So at this point, it is still under. Go ahead. Who has it? We got somebody. Tim, go ahead.
We just need to make sure that everybody within the association is getting the same word out. Whether we do after our research and stuff like that, Eric and Chip, that we put out a position paper or something to the departments, because I was asked this past week that
another department is allowing 14-year-olds.
That's totally against the law. Yep.
14-year-olds to ride the apparatus, but they've contacted someone, and I don't know where at what state level, and they were told they could.
Well, that's inappropriate.
I agree. I agree. And we put out a document back in 2000.
Yep. It's,
We put out a document back in 2006 that was a cadet program. I remember seeing it. Dan, I don't remember whether you're familiar with it. It's called the Cadet Firefighter Program Guidelines. It was put out in May of 2006.
Yeah.
We just need to look and make sure that everything that's documented there is correct with how our research is going forward. So that we don't have two things out there that's saying two different things about these 16, 17-year-old. I agree. We started it several years ago. As long as they complete 16, 17-year-olds, as long as they complete firefighter 1, they become a cadet versus a junior fireman, and they can ride the apparatus. Now, there's other restrictions that the department has put onto them, but they can do it. But we need to make sure that everyone understands you shouldn't have people on the apparatus below 16. They shouldn't be on the apparatus at 16 and 17 unless they're trained.
Correct.
And then we just need to make sure that this document that was put out, like I said, in 2006 is okay. But I think once this is all done, I think we need to come out with something, just a single page that says, hey, look, this is due to a question that we were asked. Here's our position on it according to the law and everything else.
Well, and I think we can send the law out. It's pretty cut and dry in the law too. Yeah, we should actually
You know as well as
highlight
I
it.
do. You
Yep.
know as well as I do. People read the law
Yep.
and they interpret it in different ways.
Yep.
Well, I think we're going to make sure that people are clear. Not to interrupt you, Tim, but I think that is our goal here, and I think that since this body represents the volunteers across the state, that we want to make sure that we have a clear, decisive message that everybody understands, and we can certainly put out a little fact sheet. So give the training committee a little bit of time. As soon as I got the letter, they were like right on it.
Yep.
And I'm like, there's a lot more there's always the other side of the story here, but the law says you got to be 16. If you're doing something beyond 16 years of age and they're untrained, then you're liable for that. So, let me put my trooper hat on there. There's no protection there for you.
Right.
So,
And that's what I'm saying. I mean, you know as well as I do, you've worked in law enforcement. People interpret things their own way. They interpret it the way they want it to suit their needs. Where if we say the law says, basically, if you're 16 and you're on an apparatus and you're not trained, you're not covered. And anything below 16 shouldn't be on the apparatus anyway.
that's correct.
So, I mean,
That's correct. So, you can't make it any clearer than that. 16, you're 16 to be an EMT, you're 16 coming in as a junior firefighter. And we're just gonna make sure that you have the proper training, that it's adequate, more than adequate, and that the local jurisdictions are following what the law says. And hopefully that's what our recommendation will be. And we'll see if there's any changes that need to be made, and we'll adjust from there.
yeah, and I do. I agree. But I want to be able to go back and say anything below 16 shouldn't be on the apparatus. 16, 17-year-olds should have training before, but it's nice to be able to come back and say, we've done our research, we've done our homework, here it is.
And I'm going to go with Maryland law. Maryland law says age 16. So if you're doing anything outside of that, then you're wrong. And that should be the message from the body here when you go back to I'm asking the executive board to make sure you echo that in your jurisdictions when you go back home. So if you're doing something outside of that, then you're liable. Can't make it any clearer than that.
Well, the only thing I got to say, in Worcester County, we allow our cadet program is from 14 to 18. They cannot do firefighting or be in an emergency scene until they take firefighter 1. So they got to be 16 to do that. But every company that has cadets in Worcester County starts at 14. We got probably 8 or 10 in Ocean City that they do help fill air packs. They help put hose back on. They're gophers basically, but they are on the fire scene, but they're limited to what they can do.
So,
and they are insured.
but they are on the fire scene.
They're on the fire side. They ride the fire truck to the fire. Yes, sir.
This was
They're not
this was-
firefighting.
This was specific to doing interior
Right.
firefighting.
Right, but that's not
you
what
know,
Tim's
yeah,
saying.
But if you've got
They ride on-
your jurisdiction is okay and you're covered by insurance, then that's on the jurisdiction. But interior firefighting was specifically the question that was asked of us.
Yes, that's why I just want to clarify though. They do ride fire apparatus, and they do have a workers permit or whatever it's called that their parents have to sign off on. That comes through Worcester County somewhere. I mean, I remember filling one out when I was 14. Our program's been in existence since 1962, and have we had a couple of them hurt? Yes, nothing serious, but they're not in the building or with air pack on or any of that kind of stuff.
Do we need to clarify that in what we put out?
Just say firefighting. That's all you got to say.
I think what the from the letter that was written, it was a reference to interior firefighting. I'm not taking away what jurisdictions currently already have. Their insurances are covering those folks that are okay with that. I'm not trying to disrupt anybody's cadet program. That's not the goal here. So, and we have to expose our youth coming up. I mean, different people will say, okay, well, you know, they can come, we can show them how to do training, CPR, all that kind of stuff, first aid, and not be on apparatus. But, you know, it sounds like this program's been up and running. We're not going to try to disrupt that. So, but this was specific to interior IDLH atmospheres and so forth. So that was the way the letter was written. So, and we're gonna stick to that. I don't want to get us into a quagmire that we can't get ourselves out of, but we just need to have some recommendation going back to the folks. I mean, this went all the way to the superintendent of the state police and down to the governor's office and back to us. So we could not just not address it. So, Skip, you had something?
In reference to what Chief Steger was saying, when I was in charge of the cadets, I wouldn't let them within 50 feet of a fire.
That's what the bylaw says.
And that was in the bylaws. They would be within 50 feet of the structure. So that still gave them plenty of room to be there, to smell the smoke, to see the flames, and feel like they were part of it, and be an asset to us. And it kept them basically, unless one of the high rises collapsed, like 9/11, it kept them out of a danger area. But that's how we handled it over there.
Thank you. So the training committee will be. I'm getting ready to call you, Mike. I can't remember. I'm getting ready to go. Stand on. Let me just get with the president.
No, go ahead. I'm just going to stay in here for a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. I was going to get you your report, but come on down.
Yeah, civil court, you can get a good civil attorney, or in our case, Moshe could call it what it is, yes or no. And then you could get into a federal situation where, for instance, one of their many unions in the state of Maryland get a good attorney. And late John Fisher and I talked about this several times driving back and forth. You've got an issue. If you ask somebody, make it simple. If you ask somebody to create or to do a task and you haven't trained them on that task that could cause harm to them, plain and simple, you're violating the law. And I'll give you an example. Like Roger and I, we drive for our duty crews sometimes every 3 days in Ocean City in the summer. And I had a 14-year-old person who was somewhat bilingual, a little Mexican lady, Raj, that comes up and rides with us. We have to take her home at night. And she's 14. So I, like we're trained to do, I said, do you mind backing me into the firehouse so that I don't get in trouble in case he hits something? And she got out, and I couldn't see her in the mirror anymore. So I stopped the truck with the parking brake on. So I finally told the other fella, I said, go around and see where she is, because I don't want to back over. And he did. He found her. And then I went back, got out of the truck, turned it off, got out. And I said, whatever her name is. And I said, have you been trained how to back or to stand where you're supposed to stand to back them in? She said, no. I said, okay. I said, if you can't see my eyes in that mirror and I can't see your eyes, I'm not going to move the truck. I'm going to let it sit there until I find you because I don't want to back over top of it. This same thing happened in Montgomery County with an experienced career firefighter lady about 15 years ago. She was seriously hurt. Lost vision, drive her back over. I talked to him, believe it or not, I talked to him in Ocean City when he was down for a convention several years ago because little Sam Villani pulled me over to talk to him. And that's kind of simple. As far as this 14-year-old issue goes, this is my opinion. I love it for recruitment and retention because God forbid we are in a mess. You go to the firehouse, you've got one person waiting for you because there's nobody, they're working or whatever. It's terrible. But again, if you ask that 14-year-old to do anything, if they step out of that apparatus and you're in the middle of Route 50 or Coastal Highway or Route 301 or up here 270, and you ask them to do one thing, just put out cones. They have to be pre-trained in that. If you get, like Skip said, within 15, 10, whatever the collapse zone is, and God forbid they get hurt, and we haven't trained them in what has already been mentioned, we are violating the law, plain and simple. It's not, it's federal law. And a good civil attorney is going to eat us up. So I don't want to get in the middle of this. I'm only going to preach the safety side of it. If we ask them to do anything, we have to pre-train them. If they go into a building or near a building that can cause harm to them, they probably need to go through Fire One or Essentials, whatever you want to call it. But I've talked to a couple chiefs in Delaware, and they operate that way at Delaware State Fire School. We've got the training in place with MIFRE and with MIMS. But again, if they are not trained, and I know the courses are much longer than what we're used to, and that wasn't one facet of the training, we shouldn't be asking them to do anything when they get off that fire apparatus. We got control them inside that apparatus or ambulance.
Right.
Once they step out, we're violating it.
I'm gonna cut you off because so we're gonna follow Maryland law. We're not gonna do anything that's detrimental to anyone that's out here on the fire ground, and we will look at all, and address those issues. And once they're defined, we will put a fact sheet out to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So for right now, the law says that as long as a parent signs off on them, they're clear to go into an IDLH atmosphere as long as they're properly trained. So we know what our minimal standard is. We're not going to go against what our minimal standard is. I'm not going to go against what other jurisdictions already have in place because it's working. So, the recruitment part of it is yes, we don't want to lose anyone, but that's a small part of what was asked of us. So, and we will handle it appropriately because that was the charge that was asked of us. So, and
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Mike, do you have additional on you're on this list next, you're next on the list, so go ahead for the safety committee.
Thank you, sir. I looked down the training syllabus for MIFRE, just came out, part of the handouts. We need Maryland Department of Environment's getting ready to put on a detailed class in Easton in October, and that just went out on the website, or will go out. It went out on Facebook. The volume of these new lithium-ion energized vehicles that are going out, I'll give you an example. UPS is getting ready to put out several hundred of them on the streets. And a lot of the major companies are looking at it very strongly. We never got the training on what to do and not to do with these lithium-ion batteries. I have been in contact with West Virginia University, who's got one person assigned to do nothing but study that now through a federal grant. We need to really get on this. We need to ask the MIFRE director, who I don't think Mike's here today, to...
He was here.
He was here.
Yeah, he left. Yeah.
Okay, but we need to get something where these chiefs and the people that are calling the shots at the fire scenes can get some direction, because the ignorance level out there, and I'm using that because it's to the point, is because we've never been able to have the training on this thing. And the feedback that I get from West Virginia is the batteries are getting more numerous in the vehicles, bigger, and they're more encapsulated because of what DOT wants. And air suppression issues and air runoff issues and all the issues that come with these that we're somewhat blasé of we need to get some training
Yeah,
because it's going to happen quicker than we realize.
And I know you weren't here this morning, but the president's actually putting together a specific committee on that issue.
Yes, he is.
Yep. Yeah. Just want to make sure
I'm
you
just
know. Yep.
thinking for the safety committee.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. It's got to be addressed.
Feedback for our meeting the last one we had.
Yep. Okay. We're working on that. Very good. Thank you.
And that's good. And I know I talked to President Smothers about it. The other one is and I heard this, I haven't verified it. There was an active shooter somewhere in the state last night. Anybody know anything about it? Supposedly we had an active shooter last night. Anyway, it's another issue, and here's another example. We're not trained on it, and I've brought this up before. We get a call right now in the middle of nowhere at a county fair. Are we trained on what to do and not to do in the hot zones and all this? And we have been through MIMS and through Maryland State Police. We have addressed this with them. But again, when it gets down to the field training, when we roll in there, where do we stop? Where do we keep our people from harm until we're allowed under command structure to go in to mitigate it or get the people, help the people? And again, the feedback we're getting from emails, even from chiefs, is we need some training on this, at least to know if the law enforcement get there first, typically they do, what and how we should proceed. So I bring this back to MSFA, something we need to think about and put some pressure on, whether it's to the MIFRE level. MIMS has already got somebody assigned to work on it, Randy Linthicum. Having maybe the MIFRE level people, MIMS and MSP, and they, by the way, have somebody assigned to address this, and get on the same page together, because I don't want to say we're not concerned about the law enforcement community, but we really are concerned about the fire community. And it's going to be probably it's not going to be one department, it's going to be several. If nothing else, it's going to be several EMS units going to the call. And we need to get our act together so we don't hurt our own people. So.
You can tell your committee members that the Middle Atlantic Safety Conference, MIMS and MSP are going back to the scale and training for free. John Hopping, recommend your committee members.
Okay.
Good.
Attend that,
Okay.
and we're also going to see batteries at the conference.
All right. All right. The issue is, and Mark brought this up, the issue is not, and I'm going to give you feedback. The issue is not us as the fire people or the EMT on the ambulance. The issue is coming from the fire command, the chiefs, the under chiefs, saying, what do we do? So whether we as the MSFA address this now and get something done, or if we pull the Maryland Fire Chiefs Association in, it's not the field people, it's the command people that are asking for help. So,
Okay.
And that's pretty much it. I know Eric wants to speak, but we beat this up in our meetings. But the only other thing is this: the cancer situation. It's being addressed more and more. I talked to some people I talked to some doctors about this, what we could do, and the main thing is, and this happened to me, was on an annual physical finding a melanoma in the center of my back. And I used me as the person. We need to get the funding, and I realize you got smaller, poorer counties in the state, Allegheny, Garrett, Dorchester, Caroline, that aren't getting these physical examinations. We've got to put somebody on this, whether it's the safety committee trying to help them, legislative committee trying to help them, somebody to find the funding. If we're going to ask these guys to go out here and be exposed to a hazard, to get them, what is the number one way to stop this cancer with us firefighters is the annual exam, which is, I'm a good example of it. I didn't even know I had it. We need to really look into this. I realize there's a lot of proactivity to it with the chiefs saying back out and stay away from the hot zone, stay away from the smoke, all the things we already know about. But if you go and talk to a practitioner, and I actually talked to a couple doctors up at shock trauma, we were there in January, and they agree with me 100% physical examinations. So that's something else we really need to think about this year on the legislative side. Bobby is trying to see what we can get for funding. Some of the states on the East Coast now are doing all state funding for active firefighters. It's coming from the state, not from the individual counties.
Do you have anything you can send me?
Yes, I do.
Mhm.
I'll send it to you. And that's it, sir.
Yep, and physicals, Mike. I'm also a living, breathing physicals call it, and we just changed it. We were following countywide the old blue book every 3 years, and as of July 1st, we now have funding for every volunteer every year, regardless of what their age is, and it has caught many things. We do a PSA and starting to add some of the cancer things. So physicals are a big deal. Funding is the issue, and it has been. How long have we been talking about this? With physicals, long time. So
you and I talked about it
yep.
15 years ago.
So it's slowly but surely some of the counties are coming on board, but it's a lifesaver, no question about it.
If we could find funding on a state level, if we could even address this, I know we're into it now, but we could get it for the poor counties that are getting it, because those poor guys, a lot of them have never had a physical exam. They're watermen or they're whatever they are. They're landscapers, but yet they're the first to be on the fire truck. We need to do what we can for that.
Yep.
So.
Yep, physicals are important. Thank you, Mike. Okay, rural water supply. Thanks, Steve.
Good afternoon. My report's filed electronically, so I'll just hit the highlights. This past quarter, we had 2 drills. April, we were at St. Michael's. It was focused on drafting techniques and advanced drafting techniques, stuff that's a little bit out of the norm. It was a great day, well attended, over 100 individuals, probably 12 or 14 departments from as far as Howard County, and we maintained a flow rate of about 6,300 gallons a minute for 2 hours between multiple pieces of drafting. As I said in the past, we were invited by Magnolia Fire Company in Kent County, Delaware, to come over and put on a class for them. We did 2 individual classes for them at their station, and then in July we held a drill. We had plenty of companies from both Maryland and Delaware. We even had a fire company. They didn't bring apparatus, but 4 of their officers came down from southern New Jersey. That drill went very well. It was shuttled mostly nurse tanker, because that's what they do in Delaware for the most part, but we did teach them about folding tanks, maintained 2250 GPM for a 2-hour drill. As a result of that drill, we were approached by the administrators and senior instructors of the Delaware State Fire School, and the committee will be helping them develop their rural water supply program. They've never had one. So they came to us and asked for our help with that. We were kind of humbled and proud of that at the same time. Planning meeting tomorrow. We're supposed to have the annual Talbot County drill in October on the 15th, so look for that announcement. And that's about all I have right now. Any questions?
Questions for Steve? And the convention committee, that is great, and that just shows you again, as we said, was mentioned earlier about, MSFA and the state of Maryland is looked upon and leads in a lot of areas, and we got to keep moving forward. And thank you very much for taking that rural water supply and really making it effective and bringing the state to shine. So great, congratulations. Okay, Ken, standards, and on deck will be the MSFA Resource Management Branch, so MDEM Personnel Group, if anybody's here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone on the executive committee. I have a few items to report. Promise you it won't be as long or as complicated as some of the issues before. But 1 or 2 things I wanted to bring up. Number 1 is that we have been working with the executive director to put together a scope statement and also to clarify the membership on our committee. So that hopefully has been a work in progress and has been completed. So we'll finalize the final touches on that. You get that completed so it can be published and be put on the website. We're also at the same time going to finalize the wording that for the standards that were passed at the executive committee meeting in Flintstone, dealing with pumpers, tankers, and pumper tankers. So we'll get that final version in writing of that so it can be published in the proceedings book, and we'll be working with the secretary's office to get that completed. So that's two items we've been working on. As was alluded to earlier by the chair of the Fire Prevention Commission, the NFPA meeting, or the NFPA Standards Council met on August the 24th and 25th. So we're waiting the meeting minutes from that meeting to determine if there have been any new or revised standards that have been passed, including the updates to the fire code and the life safety code, which will be published as part of the Maryland State Fire Prevention Code. I checked as late as Friday afternoon. Those minutes had not been published yet, so we're still awaiting the final word on action. We do expect those to pass, but until that is made official in writing, we can't comment on that now specifically. But we'll keep an eye on that to make sure that we pass that information as soon as it becomes available. The last thing I wanted to say is in listening to the president's interest in the lithium-ion battery storage issue is a report. There is an NFPA standard that's been around for just a couple years now. It was, I think, in 2021, written NFPA 855 dealing with energy storage systems. So that may be a good basis for determining some information regarding that topic. As you might understand, that's a moving target, so things continually change. But at least the NFPA does have a standard that addresses that issue from a fairly recent standpoint. So it may be something worth researching and keep an eye on. So with that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ken. Any questions for Mr. Bush? Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Okay, move to the MSFA Resource Management. Anybody? I know Bill Hildebrand usually is a representative from MDEM. Search and Rescue Committee, Mike Berna. I don't see Mike. Or MCAT. Which one? Bob Phillips? I got. Yeah, I do. You one of the representatives for MDEM now?
No.
Search and Rescue Committee, excuse me.
Hey. Search and rescue will not have a report, sir.
Okay.
Report progress in conversation with their first vice president.
All right. So you are now on that committee, correct? Or you're chairman or representative or?
I have been, yes, sir.
All of the above. Okay. I will change and so note.
Yeah, you find out things when you come to me.
MCAT. Okay. Okay. Mr. Smith, let's go with the convention branch. You want to get your crew together, Randy? Yep. That's exactly right. Yep. Yeah, we got everybody coming in. Yeah, probably. That's right. Okay, great. I know Chief Sarnicki is not a present, but he didn't need to be present for the convention, and we proved it out this year. Y'all did a great job.
It only takes 4 people to replace
it. That's right. Y'all did a fantastic job. So, okay. Whoever wants to lead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do have notes from Chairman Sarnicki, so I just wanted to go through them real quick. For 2023, the event attendance, Jolly Roger was at 1,000. Park tickets were the same as last year, so no new changes on that. As you all know, the prayer breakfast was moved to the Legion, and attendance was good. I believe it is the intention of the chaplain to stay at the Legion. That's a yes. The memorial service had 1,100 in attendance, and opening service had 800. Issues to evaluate for next year. We did talk to the vendors. Wiley went around and surveyed all of the vendors on their satisfaction, revealing the majority of them wished to keep the Sunday exhibit hours. There was some back and forth with some of the larger vendors that it was hard for them to get in on Saturday. There were issues with the exorbitant hotel prices on Saturday nights. But we do have, and as part of the other part of the report, is that we're working with a participating, I'm not sure what they're called, not so much a vendor, but a hotel chain, I guess. And they will be providing some additional deeper discounts that will probably do a vendor hotel package where they do get a lower cost. Obviously, it will be to the members as well, but we trying to keep the vendors happy too, because obviously they pay the bills.
6 or 7.
Yeah, 6 or 7 hotels would be made available through this particular chain at deeper discounts than we've seen in the past. So that's a good thing. Outside exhibit space, I'm not sure what Ron meant about that, but I think everything went well for outside. Roger, everything was fine? Yeah. Yeah. And this year we really only had Atlantic. The one other vendor that we were supposed to have outside ended up coming inside anyway. But we'll explore options with some of the vendors that might not be able to come in until Sunday. Then maybe giving them outside space will give them some flexibility. Bingo was moved back. Bingo was a success, but the request was made to move it back to the convention center. So depending on how that date will fall in line with all of the rest of the meetings, we'll decide on where that's going to be placed. Issues underway for 2024, electronic distribution of all convention materials. So we're trying to get out of the paper packets and stuff like that, but that's a decision between the secretary's office and the chairman and the convention committee to figure out how that all plays in and what needs to be still sent out by paper and what can be condensed to electronic distribution. Better advertisement of the educational programs. I don't really feel like it was the advertisement. I think it was the fact that we're having problems with people signing up for these classes and then they don't show up at the beach. So we give the numbers to the instructors. The instructors are happy with their 20, 30, 40 people, and 10 show up because now it's a beautiful day at the beach and they don't show up. So we're trying to figure out a way, how do we get these people who register to show up and take the class? Is it a monetary buy-in that they're going to have to register to take a class? And if they don't show, at least we have, compensation. Or if they do show, do they get their money back? We don't know what that looks like yet, but we're looking at some avenues and what other conventions are doing. Obviously, we're not going to charge higher prices like FDIC and things like that for education, but there might be some kind of incentive for them to take the class. Yeah, vested interest. So again, the multi-unit housing package is being worked on. We are in works talking with Skip about the President's Banquet in Annapolis, what that's going to look like in June. I think the consensus was that we stay with the weekend of the Fire Rescue Memorial because that seemed to work out. But again, that's a decision that has not been confirmed with Dennis Beard, but that is what we're talking about. And the only other thing was with the electronic distribution of the convention materials is continuing the conversation to put all of the award submissions online and doing away with the mailing of the awards submissions. But again, that's conversations between the committee and the secretary's office. Town of Ocean City, the cost for the convention center, I don't have the number in front of me. Ron didn't provide that with me, but we have not yet signed the contract renewal.
It's going up.
It is going up, yeah. So, but I don't know what that number is, whether it's 2,000, 3,000, I'm not sure. But we have not yet signed the 3-year contract. We're looking to schedule the first site visit with Ocean City sometime end of September, beginning of October. The town is looking at a parking garage again. Do you have any details on that, Roger? Or yeah, okay. The 2023 convention will show a slight profit for this year's event. Presidential event in Annapolis has been paid for in full, and the Ocean City events are all covered. We continue to look for more help with the convention planning process as in individuals who wish to assist with the actual program work. That's especially down in at the convention center during the days when we set up and take down. Let Ron know if you want to be a part of the committee. Looking for new ideas, please let us know your thoughts. Anything that you saw, didn't see at convention this year that you'd like to bring to the attention. We'll be having obviously a convention committee, full convention committee sometime after October. Thank you to the entire convention committee team for their yearly ongoing commitment and keep the convention relevant and the value of our membership. So for the co-chair reports, Randy with administration, I don't know if Bobby's still here. If Bobby wants to do financial, if there's anything above what he talked about before, Tommy's here for production and Ken Bush is for the program.
Whoever's ready.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I feel that a mark of a good leader is who he leaves behind, especially on the battlefield. So in this case, Ron had to be away, and everybody stepped up with case leadership. And you hate to say it, but you really couldn't tell Ron wasn't there.
That's
In the good thing.
That's exactly.
The good thing because
Team effort. Team effort.
yeah, like I said, she was buzzing all around like a bee. You know, I always call it like a June bug on the string. But you know, everybody got it done. So we appreciate everybody stepping up.
Well, that's kind of what where I was going to go to. That you know, everything, the people that come to Ocean City that people never see, they are there Thursday or Friday before the convention starts, and they're hard at it from 8 o'clock in the morning until it's done. And we're always looking for new people that are interested in helping with that. But congratulations again to the setup team that does all that hard work. People have no idea what goes on in that room prior to the opening ceremony. They do a great job. This year we did transition to Chuck Walker took over the program book, something I'd been doing for a few years, and we're working through that transition period. It went pretty well. We didn't have a lot of problems with it, and you know, I'm going to stay with him to help as we continue that transition to his new team that he puts together. But other than that, I think the convention was successful. There's always little issues that will pop up that you have to address, and you know, everybody was there to make sure that all of our membership, when they come to Ocean City, other than the price they have to pay for hotels, is an enjoyable time. But the price of hotels is just really a major challenge that we're not sure how you can address it. You know, even with the meetings with the mayor and the folks in Ocean City, and we belong to Hotel Motel, we belong to the chamber, and they just don't recognize the impact that it's having on our membership with the cost of everything over there. When you got to pay $450 a night for a hotel, and some places $800 or $900, it's ridiculous, and you see it everywhere. So we'll keep on working at that point. I don't know that we're going to be able to convince any of them to change, although this one offer that's come about sounds pretty good, because maybe it'll force some of the others to consider the same strategy. So.
And Tom, thank you and your crew for the many years on the program book. I mean, it's always been something that to look forward to. It's always been there at the convention. And if you look, like our museum, we got years and years of program books, and that's something that really people take to heart as what is the MSFA convention. So good job, and thank you for everything you've done.
Some of you all are probably aware of it. You know, we've been doing that for about 30 years. The theme that we had when we started during the Leonard King era, and with the losing Fred yesterday, that's another member of that original team. We're down to about 3 of us. That's why we were looking for the transition to begin to get together some new folks that have an interest in that. And and we'll keep on working at it. We'll get it right.
Thank you. Just a few quick comments about the program. I think we've worked our schedule down to be pretty efficient, and we're managing to stay on time. There's always adjustments we have to make in the last minute, but we, I think, managed to do the whole week as it's laid out. So we hope to move that forward. The only thing I would ask is that if anyone has any suggestions about programs or issues or people or topics they want to talk about, please forward them to us so we can look into that and include them as part of the program. So.
Thank you. And just as a side note to what Randy was saying about Ron not being there this year, and you know, I appreciate the kind words for you know, just the fact that I was the body in the place. Everybody gets down there. Everybody knows exactly what to do. I mean, I was really just there to be, you know, put fires out if needed, and there really weren't any. I mean, the crew comes down. Everybody just has their A game on, and it really made. I was nervous, but they just made it so easy. And you know, being a part of the committee for the last 5-6 years, I learned something new every year. I learned a lot this year, but really it's definitely a team effort. Everybody comes down, just knows what to do, and they really were the ones that made it work. I just got to sit in the chair, but I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody kind of having not really much happen last year. And Ron said, well, I don't have to go next year. I said, no, you better be there next year. So, but thank you. And thanks to everybody for their hard work. And like Ken said, if there's anything that you all need or want to see next year, please get your thoughts together for the next convention committee meeting.
Well, thank you all very much. Bob Jacobs, is there anything finance on the convention need to report on? Very good. Okay, it takes care of committee. Thank you all very much. Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, just add to one other thing, the Go teams and the IT teams, the audio teams, the ones that come in there beforehand, sit up, and then thereafter everything is over, they do an outstanding job, so we don't want to forget them too.
Nobody knows what that guy does backstage.
Right.
He don't even have time to get a haircut.
Great job.
Go ahead and have enough time.
Past President Ben.
I know I said this at the convention committee, but I want to say it here at the executive committee. And Eric will probably, he'll find out and echo as long, and Skip and Charlie as they move forward as president. I served on the convention program committee for 30 years, but once you become president and you're running the convention, it's a whole different ballgame. And having Ken and Richard, thank you, Richard, back there, keeping me straight on the program, and as well as getting the names correct when I have to introduce our guest speakers. So on behalf of each and every one of you on the convention committee, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's well said for all the different people. It is an amazing, amazing operation when you really look at it. Okay, Lee, think we can get the awards branch in? Just about everybody here?
Richard Smith's not here.
Got it. Let's see. It'll be Doyle for awards. Want to get Doyle up here and get most of them out of the way?
I think most of these, I mean, if you'll allow me to speak, is most of these have timelines on them. So they need submissions. It's like every year we seem to be asking the same thing. Search your companies, find these people that are eligible for these awards and get them submitted. We'll always seem to come down to the very end of the year, very end, right at the timeline date. So please go back to your companies and find these people and get somebody to write them up. I know there's people worthy of every one of these awards. So unless you know I'm sure Doyle's got something to say, but that their timeline sets it.
Thank you, Lee.
Well, I think most of your awards, when you do your county and association awards, just change the name. And it's already written. Keeps it simple, keeps it moving. Go from your local to your state, and that'll help you out.
Well, and I know Smiley's here today on the training awards. I mean, he sends our whole county in every year, and he's done that for years and years.
And another one is Baltimore County. Baltimore County has, they received their nominations, about the same period of time. They will just make copies of it and send it on in to us, and I get it out to the appropriate committee. But as Lee was indicating, yes, the awards was, but this year the awards, the nominations were up. Yeah, with the Gates Award up into the 40s and 50s of them. Hall of Fame had quite a few. There were some others, that had numbers more than what was over the past years. But again, we've got to educate the companies to make the nominations, and that's the bottom line. With that, I have one thing, at the meeting in Ocean City, the Thursday morning meeting, the Next Generation Leadership had submitted a request for award, and it was referred to the awards committee. And I think I got this out to you electronically. But anyway, the awards committee has reviewed the recommendation or the request, and the awards committee is recommending that the award be approved by the executive committee. It's Next Generation Leadership Award, and it's I've got a copy of the background rules and everything. Pass this along to John Denver for the committee, and I think he'll request that action to be taken tomorrow. But we do stand in to approve it on that.
Next generation will want approval tomorrow, but we need to read that information before we can approve.
Have you?
Do you have it?
You have not seen it. Okay.
I don't believe.
I will have copies for you by tomorrow.
I think it was you, and then we have it.
You have not. Okay.
Okay.
We'll get
So
about it.
you make
We'll
a
get it out
recommendation,
to
we'll
you.
put it as an action item under new
Under
business.
for tomorrow.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I guess it should be approved under John's report tomorrow. But we're recommending.
Okay.
That's all.
That's all for you? Okay. Thank you, Doyle.
Okay.
Let's see. Firefighter of the Year Committee. Anybody here for that? Hall of Fame. I know Charlie's not here. Bob, anything on the Shimer Committee? Very good. Okay. Let's see. Doug's not here. Public Information Branch. Ron Watkins, Public Information Committee. And volunteer trumpets on deck.
Good afternoon. Our report was sent electronically. Wasn't a whole lot in it for you to read, but I believe you had a chance to read it. I do have a couple of things I'd like to bring out. Not on there, and I'd also like to mention that I haven't heard anything about this too much today. With all the other stuff going on, Fire Prevention Week is coming up real soon. And this is the time for you guys that have the opportunity to speak to your county associations, to comment to your member companies. Hey, if you're going to do something for it, get started now. Don't be waiting until the week before Thanksgiving. Before Fire Prevention Week, we ought to call somebody and come and put on a program. We ought to call somebody, see if they can come. Do it now. Make your arrangements. Also, let your community know. Just because you guys know it's Fire Prevention Week doesn't mean a thing if you don't tell any of the other people in the community about it. You got to let the people that you serve know that you're going to do something so they can come out and see what you're doing. And this is important because they get to see the fire department as more than just a bunch of guys and girls running up and down the road with sirens blowing and waving their hats and everything else. Another point is that, and I've heard this all the time for years. Oh, we don't want them damn politicians coming. They're just going to hog things. We don't want them guys around here. They're just coming for a handout. Those are the people that you got to have come to your events. They're interested in seeing the people that they're going to serve. You're the people that needs them. They're the ones that make the bills that affect how you do things. They're the ones that raise the money, they hand out these grants and everything else. They're the ones that are going to get the money out for you. And they're the ones that need to know what you do and what you're planning so they can make their future aligned as well. It's kind of good to finish up past the awards committee because something I've started to do. I gave John a thing to, and I'm going to send an email to him as well. And this year, I'm going to try as much as possible to get out 1 to 2 little articles for the trumpet that specify an award that we give out. For example, the one I gave him today illuminates the Zembar Award. And I know there's a couple different times that we've had episodes in the executive committee, but people really didn't know what the executive committee did, what the Zembar Award was, or anything else, what it involved. And it's training. Pure and simple. We keep talking about training, but we don't know how to get the awards for the ones that do it. And we're going to start doing that along with the other awards. We give about, I think it's 13 or 14 different awards out at the convention. And of those, some of the people have some idea what they are. A lot of people have no idea what they are. And I've got a couple of things I'd like to bring to your attention and to the committee's chairman's attentions. And Bobby and I were speaking a little bit ago, and I've had this conversation with a couple other people as well. It has been a tradition since I can remember, and I started going to the meetings and coming to the conventions and stuff in about 72, 3, something like that. You can't let the people who are going to get the win award know it's coming. It's got to be a secret. The awards can't be told to anybody. And so consequently, half the time you got to run, try to find the person that's getting the award, or they don't even make it at all to the stage because they didn't know they were getting it. Or they come dressed up for the beach. They're wearing their cutoffs and a shaggy T-shirt, something like that. Or T-shirt says sworn to fun, loyal to none on it instead of a nice shirt. There's no reason in the world why we can't let the person who's getting the award know a couple days ahead of time, hey, you're gonna get this award. They can show up in a nice looking fire department uniform, perhaps they're Class A's, or at least dressed appropriately, so that the people that are going to see them and the pictures we take are going to look good of them. If we get a picture sent off to the papers, they're going to look good in the picture instead of looking like, hey, they yanked this guy out of the pool to come up here and get his award. We should be letting the people know that they're going to get the award, and they can have their family, perhaps, or their friends, their fire company people that are with them, be there to see them get the award on the stage, and provide some incentive for some of the companies to say, hey, that'd be a nice award to put our guys in for. That's something that we're going to try to work on this year, just try to get that up, get more opportunities to get the pictures out. One little item I'm bringing to you. We take pictures of everybody that gets the awards that we can get on the stage. Back to our studio. The studio is where we take the formal pictures of them with the committee that gives the award. Anybody else in it gets a picture of the awardee with their trophy and everything else. And yet there are several awards. Well, we didn't tell them to come back there, so they didn't know to come. They don't get any award or picture taken of them because they went off somewhere else. Or else they get all tied up with something and they get tied up some other place in the convention center. I don't know where they go, but they don't show up back here where we are. Committee chairman, the people that are giving the trophies away should be letting the people know right then, as soon as you leave the stage, go right back to the room there where the studio is set up. I forget the number of it, but you can tell them and get your picture taken and walk back there with them so that you can get a shot of them. This is how we get the people in our state to know that the awards are given, that the people are happy to get them, and maybe they can get some of their people in. You guys have all mentioned, and Lee just made a good point. Everybody can write a letter. Most of you can talk to each other. When you write the thing up, it doesn't have to be written by an English major who wrote all kinds of superfluous language. All it's got to do is tell people that the award committee is looking for what the person did. This is why we think they should be EMS Person of the Year. This is why we think they should be Firefighter of the Year. Anything, just write it down and send it in. There's an awful lot of people out there, and I get a chance to go to several banquets during the course of the year, and I hear some really neat things about people, but you never see them on the stage because nobody in the fire department thought to send them in. And for some people to think, oh God, I can't write, I can't do it. Yeah, you can. It's just like sitting there talking at the coffee table with everybody else. Just write it down, what you would normally have said to the guy if you're sitting here drinking a cup of coffee, and send it up to the chairmen of the committees that are giving the awards out and let them make the decision. I don't have anything else. Do you have any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. John Denver, will you be able to do your reports? You will be here tomorrow? Okay, let's hold off on the marketing for tomorrow because it looks like we're going to be trying to end here a little bit. I'll knock off a couple of these other small ones. Okay, volunteer trumpet.
I'll be quick. As you can continue to see, the trumpets continue to evolve over the past couple of months. So again, thank you to Stephen Jenkins, our social media manager that we hired to help that design. If you'd like to receive a copy of the trumpet and you don't currently receive a copy on the Facebook of the MSFA, there is a link to drop down. We actually had over 25 people sign up to receive copies within like the past 6 weeks, which is good for us. If you didn't know, I think it was kind of a fun fact. We actually send copies not only to our member departments, but all across the East Coast, all the way down into Florida, to individuals that live down there. So we have readers from all over the country. One of the primary, I think, focuses for the trumpet this year is that we're going to kind of expand on some of the topics. So we've been very Maryland specific. Of course, this was started a newsletter for the MSFA for a long time, and we're going to continue to do that. But we're going to branch out into life safety and fitness, some health things as well. So we're really excited for that. If you know of anyone that would like to write for the trumpet, please don't hesitate to contact me. And also on the report submitted electronically are the deadlines for publication. So any content needs to be submitted by then. Last thing I'll mention is we do have a Facebook page now dedicated to the trumpet, separate from the MSFA Facebook page. And you'll also notice there's a logo that was created. Stephen and I took some time to design that particular logo to make the trumpet kind of stand out from other publications. It's very representative of Maryland, of course, the country as well. And it looks, I would say, reader friendly to some of the newer generations. So hoping that the eye-catching appeal will help bring in some new readers. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Very good. Any questions for Jonathan, the volunteer trumpet?
I have a question.
Mr. Bilger.
Do you currently send the volunteer trumpet to the elected officials, the governor, lieutenant governor, comptroller, treasurer, every delegate, every senator in Maryland?
Some that have requested it. I actually have thought about that, going ahead and doing that. I've requested from our print shop, Chronicle Press, twice now, a full list of our addresses that we send them to. I have yet to receive that, but that's on my to-do list, sir.
I mean, everything that is in there, and it just keeps the MSFA in front of them in their face, not in the face, but in their face, letting them know what we're doing and remind them we're out there providing stuff.
People and funding.
Yep. Very good. Anything else for Jonathan? Thank you. Frank, Historical and Archives, Volunteer Firefighter Room.
There you go. I have updated, part of what I do is update the plaques and things. And at the MSFA office, we have a plaque of the ladies and the men's Hall of Fame and things. Those have all been updated. The only one I haven't updated yet is I have to move everybody up. We have a plaque of the present officers for the men and the women at 17 State Circle. And I haven't had a chance to get to that yet, but we will get to it. The other thing, I've kind of brought it up before, and I've talked to Chip about it. We have the firefighters room and the volunteer firefighters wing at the University of Maryland. We all know that the big room, and all when Marriott took over, they kind of almost destroyed it, and we had to salvage what we could and get it to Chip and them, and they have it in their historical building they have. Right now, we have one cabinet that when Marriott took over and remodeled, that the lady that was there looked out for us, and she gave us this cabinet was built into the wall. It's not a big cabinet. Right now, I have two parts of it have MSFA material in it, and the third part of the cabinet has all of our people that we have, the police and MIMS and all that. I have certain things that they have given me over the years in that cabinet. And as you turn, there's a big wing that has in big letters, the volunteer firefighters wing. I don't have the time now. It takes very little bit of time, but you have to sneak up to the university early in the morning to clean the cabinet and all. And sooner or later, it's going to be lost. I'll be honest with you. We can keep the wing, but I'd really like to just give that cabinet up and back out of it. Like I said, we will still have a wing there. That's good. But I really don't know what use it's becoming anymore because Marriott has taken over everything on the university, and Southern Management Company has taken over everything off the campus. They are tearing down now on Route 1. 3 hotels that are there have all been bought out. There's a shopping center, liquor store, and all has all been bought out. and they're just taking over with the housing. And we get kind of pushed out as we go because they want complete control over what they manage. And I really think we ought to consider, because some of the things in there that were given to us by our partners, I'd like to send up the chip in them if they can use it and put it in their building that they have. And the rest of it is our stuff. And it's not a lot. I have pictures on my phone of it I've taken. But I'd really like for us to consider just giving that up at this point.
And so you know what Frank's talking about with respect to our fire museum here in Frederick County. We do have one whole area from the oak cabinet that was down there that is all MSFA. I have another glass cabinet, all MSFA. So we do highlight MSFA because actually it's part of Frederick County history. And if it wouldn't have been for Frank, that beautiful diorama that was in the volunteer firefighters room would have gone to the dump. The beautiful oak cabinets would have gone to the dump. And when he was deputy chief down here in volunteer services, he was able to recruit people and showed up. So all that's been saved. And Buck Gladhill's son came to the museum a couple months ago and had no idea about what happened to all that stuff because his dad, those remember the cups, that was Mr. Buck's idea. You had 10 years of cups. And that was Buck Gladhill really pushed that. And Mr. Morris Gladhill was just thrilled to see that all that stuff was saved. And it's only saved because of Frank was there. And he was so happy about it. We now have the 1919 Gladhill Fox at the museum. So we actually have his Fox up there, Mr. Gladhill bought years ago.
When you're deputy, you don't take much to get help. You just call 2 firehouses, show up with a pickup truck and a trailer. And all that stuff. Give you a quick story. John Hoagland, when he was alive, gave me a call one morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. He says, Frank, get your ass over here to the university. I said, yes, sir. He said, bring a truck. Got over. They had beautiful paintings on the wall of all the past, from what I understand, the people in charge of MIFRE. They had beautiful paintings and all. They were all in the dumpster. And when I got there, all I saw was John Hoagland's feet and butt hanging out of a dumpster. He was salvaging those things. Wow. But Marriott doesn't care. Yeah. They just go in, and all these cabinets and the other things that we had there, the dioramas, were all in a pile. Yeah. So, I called a couple of firehouses. The guys come up, and we loaded it all up. And me and my captain we went to lunch up in Emmitsburg from College Park and picked up all this stuff and took it up to them.
Yeah, we were really, and it was called to him. We saved it because they're beautiful. If you haven't seen them,
but I don't want that. I don't want to go up to the university one day and find the cabinets done and going.
And we do have some areas that we could certainly display it along with the other MS. I mean, we don't have an MSFA museum per se. We've tried that for years and years, but we do have what we can. Part of our county museum in Frederick has the MSFA, so we're certainly happy to take any of it up there if we have it. Like I said, it would be for Frank. We wouldn't have hardly any of it up there, and it's been a blessing to have it there because if it wouldn't be for him, we'd lost all of it. And also thank Mrs. Hoagland. Bobby had some stuff. Frank had some stuff. I don't know who else, but we have several of the pictures that Mrs. Hoagland had from John. As far back as 1946, I found some of them. And the MSFA pictures, we have them displayed up there. And the 1946 picture, I actually believe, is the original hand pumper from Frederick in 1764. So it's some really neat information that we've gotten up there that has to do with MSFA. Bob?
Well, interesting this conversation come up. When my wife was in Salisbury in the hospital, I went down to visit then the second vice president. There's been some talk, and Westminster has a nice museum. And our concern is what's going to happen in the future. And it's a possibility that the old fire station on Main Street in Westminster may become available. And the thought behind it and talking with their committee, which I'm part of the museum committee for Westminster, was looking at maybe doing a partnership with the MSFA. Us being one of the founding departments of the company, I figured that would be a great idea. Would keep our museum going, and would also, because it's a 3-story building,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
has an elevator in it, so there's no problem there. But it'd be a lot of work involved in getting it, back to a nice museum. But I've talked to their committee, and they want to pursue it to look at maybe working with your committee here or something and seeing how we can go, where we can get grant money for museum, because there are grant monies out there for educational museum, and what better way to show and teach about the fire service than that? And then you'd have one of your founding companies and the MSFA together. So the last meeting we had with the museum committee, I asked them if they wanted to keep pursuing it. So I'm putting out the offer for the committee, maybe your committee and our committee, to get together and look where we can go, where we can come up with some funding and how we were going to be able to maintain it and maybe manage it or operate it during the year. In downtown Westminster, I think would be a great place for it.
Steve?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we remove the articles from the volunteer firefighters room.
Basically, it's a cabinet built into a wall that they put.
Whatever's there that we can remove, we remove it, and the committee determine the appropriate place to display those articles.
I think this stuff looks a lot better redistributed and having people see this stuff than putting it in a storage unit.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. Some of the pictures we passed out to departments that have their own museums and things, and people could see them. Otherwise, we're paying for a storage room for us that all of our stuff gets moved around and piled in the back.
Okay.
We don't see it.
Been a motion and second by Tim to allow the Historical and Archives Committee to disperse the items in the volunteer firefighter room as they seem appropriate to be displayed. How's that? Doesn't make any one place? And okay. Does anybody understand the motion? Any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, Mark? Sorry. Back here. I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Vice President.
Bob and I sat there down home after he had Christmas dinner with us, and we discussed this for probably about an hour. And their concern is just what you said, Mr. Chairman, the loss of it, because it'll be put in a container. And Frank, thank the Lord, we've had Frank.
Yeah.
Even though I did have to do what he said down to Virginia Convention.
It's happening next month, so watch what you say.
Just what you tell me to do, too. But we discussed this, and one of the things we said, and I said to Bob, I said, one of the things that I really look forward to and want to do is to renovate and get his committee working good and put in something so that we can have a place. I remember what it was like to go up there and walk through the Maryland room and look. And it was educational and enlightening. And we need to keep that, because one of the things that we're losing, and Robbie, are you still here? You'll probably hear this in a couple of weeks. One of the things we're losing is tradition in the fire department. We're taking people in that walk by the firehouse and say, hey, that looks cool, I think I'll do it. They're not second, they're not third generation. They don't understand why the fire helmets look like they do, why we call it a pumper, why we call it a hose wagon, or to hit the plug. They don't understand that. A building, Chip's in there. I went in there, it was last May, went through there. Great thing. What Frank saved for us. Now, granted, it's over in Ron's place, it's in his place, it's in Emmitsburg. It's strung out all over. But we've got to get behind this, and we really need the motion's made. It needs to be passed, and we need to get behind it and start working and start doing it and something and have something for the future. Everything that we hold now that we call tradition was once change. Stop and think about it. It was once change. And tradition can carry you to the future. All right, can hold you in the past. We need to keep the history of the association. What are you two laughing over? You're laughing over last night. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
No, we're just laughing that you don't have your bow tie on.
Well, I would have had one, but my nephew was not here. Ben didn't bring my nephew, so I could borrow his and wear it.
Call for the question.
At least with bow tie, not kilts. Okay, the question has been called. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you, sir. That finishes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any other business that needs to come before us today? Because the plan is to adjourn at approximately 3 p.m. unless somebody can't be here tomorrow and would like to report. So we can save a few items for tomorrow and still have lunch.
Mr. Chairman, I have the tickets for the Bessie Marshall picture.
Okay, Bessie Marshall tickets. Okay, green, blue, orange, red. Which ones are they? The red ones? Okay. Got a rainbow up here. Okay. Okay. Stand by just a minute.
As most of you all know, Prince George's County has a special tribute. It's happening on October the 29th this year. My wife, Sandy Lutz, has tickets right now. If you'd like to go, past President Walker will be one of the special tributes in this, along with his wife, Sharon. So see my wife if you want tickets.
We ain't got none left.
Thank you, Lee. Well deserved. That's a great tribute to her child. Okay, now we can try it.
Okay. Winning ticket number is 4740782.
Dang. I'm not even close. We ain't got that either. I know my race.
782. 782.
Ain't no need to even read them. Must have been rigged.
Yeah, how'd he get that yours, Ron?
I don't understand this.
That thing had to be
That yours, Ron?
Yep. Donate it back.
There we go. Mr. Block, the winner. Anything else that needs to be conducted today? Anybody that's not going to be here tomorrow that needs to report? Hearing none. Chaplain John, whoever you're going to have, Charlie, we get blessed by Charlie.
Chip, hold on a minute.
Mr. Stand by, President.
He's got to try that microphone one more time.
I know folks are scurrying to get out of here, but I reserved like 12 seats at the Red Horse at 6:30. If I need more, if you want to come, let me know, and I can probably work in some more seats. But you're more than welcome at 6:30 at the Frederick Red Horse. So you don't have to scurry around town. It's a decent place to come eat. So,
Man, it's a great restaurant.
And then if you hold on a minute, we have some details about past President Cross's funeral arrangements. We'll announce them before we leave, and then also tomorrow. Past President Cox.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I was out of the meeting for a little while. I was talking with Michelle, Fred's daughter. The tentative arrangements are going to be Friday evening, this coming Friday. And then it will be at Chestnut Ridge Fire Company in Baltimore County. The funeral will be Saturday at Chestnut Ridge. We don't have the exact time. The family will be meeting with the funeral home tomorrow at noon to confirm everything, but we have confirmed Chestnut Ridge is available. One of the requests, Fred was a member of Chestnut Ridge, honorary member of Sudlersville, charter member of Norrisville, and a member of United Communities. And she asked if we could line up a pallbearer from each of those companies, and that has been done. I had the opportunity to meet with those companies right while our meeting was going. We were talking about him being transported on a fire truck, and we were in communication with Chestnut Ridge, and also Ron offered his truck. The family definitely wanted to use Ron's Mac because of the close tie with Ron, as well as the fire truck. So it's all coming together. We're just waiting for the final tomorrow at at noon, that the times and all. John Long, I believe, is going to be officiating the service, able to work that out. So a lot of it's coming together.
Very good. Thank you, Steve. Okay, anything else? Thank you, Steve, for that information. Certainly Fred will be missed. Very dedicated member of the association, past, present. Okay, Charlie, you're on.
Oh, okay. Do I have to? I don't have to do anything to this time. I do have a story for you. How many of you are Facebook junkies? Or who have been on Facebook today? Okay. I read something very disturbing. And I read about the guy that did The Price is Right for so many years, Bob Barker. And you know, he always called people down. Well, this time somebody called him up. And he passed away. So I just wanted to share that with you before we go. So hope you all have a good evening. And I'm going to kind of say a couple words to let you go. Okay? And I'm going to ask you to stand. Now may the blessings of Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you now and forevermore. Amen. Safe travels.
Thank you. Adjourn till the morning, 9 a.m., not 10, 9 a.m.